Call the meeting to order for the September 27, 2022 City Council special meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Thank you. Current business. The resolution number 2022-61, initiation of zoning code and local coastal program amendments related to fractional homeownership. Grace?
Yes, we'll have Director Simone Georges provide a brief report.
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon and City Council members. Again, Simone Georges, your Community Development Director. At our last council meeting, we had a robust conversation with regards to fractional ownership. And at that meeting, the council directed staff to do two things. One is to go ahead and initiate a code change. And the second was to look at and address the fractional ownership through a moratorium. We haven't been able to complete the moratorium yet, so we're bringing forward this code initiation. The code initiation, this resolution is only focusing on changing the code. What we change the code to, I'm looking for direction from the City Council at this time. Would you like for us to go ahead and just work with the Planning Commission and have staff and the Planning Commission work together to draft some regulations with regards to fractional ownership, or would you like the staff to come back to the City Council and work with the council on drafting some regulations with regards to fractional ownership? That's what the resolution is for. And with regards to moratorium, I'd like to have a further conversation with the council on the moratorium with regards to what findings and if the council still wants to kind of pursue that as we go forward. That's my brief conversation and presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any council members want to take the first stab at this? Councilman O'Neill?
Yeah, I mean, I think we ought to be moving forward with this. The Planning Commission typically handles the first draft of this for us. I think they should do that. They can move pretty quick. We've got a lot of templates that we were looking at last time, and so I think we ought to be moving forward with the initiation of the code change. Okay.
Any other echoes of that sentiment? I support Councilman O'Neill's vision on that. Councilman Dixon.
I think the Planning Commission has to obviously look at it at some point in the process, and I commend our Planning Commission and their ability to look at this. I think that we should give some direction, and instead of just an open book to the Planning Commission, I think we as a council should just give some guidelines, parameters, key thoughts that would inform the Planning Commission's thought process. But I think just to turn it over to them, they have not been exposed to the residential input that we have and talking to the community for the last year, so they're going to have to play catch up. We ran into this situation a year ago or so on short-term rentals where they really hadn't been engaged in the topic, and they were the Planning Commission was at a disadvantage and felt that they're not the policymakers, we are the policymakers. So I think they clearly have to adjudicate on the policy that the council would create or recommend, but I think it starts here first. And I would recommend the opposite, or the second recommendation is that staff, have a discussion and give some potential direction to staff to come back so we can work with a framework. That would be my recommendation.
Okay, Councilman Brenner?
I agree that we need to give more direction than just letting them have at it from the beginning. But my goal would be that we should look back at the very beginning of the fractional ownership code that we have, because I mean that development and project definition didn't really convince me that the original people that put this in the code wanted it to be eliminated. It looks really obvious from what we've found now that they included timeshares and fractional ownerships to be excluded. So I'd like for us to talk about that at the council level before we give it to the Planning Commission and say, develop your own ideas about this. And as far as a moratorium goes, we need to have a moratorium that starts now and sunsets when we get an ordinance in place, because we know exactly what happened with short-term rentals when we were deliberating our ordinance for all that time and finally got to Coastal Commission and had doubled our short-term rentals by the time we got the ordinance passed. So I don't think that we want to just open the doors and let anybody who wants to build a a fractional ownership project come get it done before we get an ordinance passed. So I really feel strongly about needing a moratorium on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman O'Neill?
Sure. I thought that our last study session provided the general framework. Given what we had seen, I think we had talked quite a bit about the approach that some of them had taken with St. Helena, coming up with, or they called the agreement. I can't remember exactly what it was called, but they had talked about if they have a side agreement and it specifies a certain amount of time, then it's called I can't remember if they called it a timeshare agreement or a timeshare arrangement or whatever the phrasing was. So take a look at that, figure out what they're getting sued over, and if there's a way to kind of insulate a little bit better, that'd be good. But I thought the frameworks were there, and we were talking about that last time, is the ability to bring it back. So I would say that's a good starting point for the Planning Commission to be taking on, is looking at those frameworks. That was what I was. To the extent we needed to say that explicitly, that's what I would suggest we do, is use that as the framework, look at the litigation, figure out if there's a way to do it better, but that's probably the good starting point.
Yeah, that's how I did not mean to, that's how I contributed too. It's not that Councilman O'Neill was being short, but that we had given direction. The parameters of the lawsuit makes the most sense to lens, in my opinion, but Councilwoman Nixon?
I agree. I don't disagree with that approach. I just think there are other factors. I met, just as an ex-party disclosure, I met with the Picasso representative, which was a good discussion, frankly, and there's some interesting options that they are contemplating. I don't know if there's a Picasso representative here in the audience today, because maybe they would like to explain the conversation I had. Because one thing we have to realize, neither the city council, nor our planning commission, as astute and up to the minute on some of these issues we are, this is a new industry. It's been in existence less than 2 years. The only case history we have are some pending lawsuits and some preliminary action that some cities are taking, so it's kind of all over the map. I think our staff has done some comparative studies just superficially. I don't mean that pejoratively, just superficially, on what other cities are doing. I think it requires more substantive exploration of how our city can peacefully coexist, perhaps, with fractional ownership, because the lawsuit may be problematic, and then we're up a creek with something that doesn't really work through the court system. So I think that there are more options that we may not even know. We are limited by what we don't know. We don't know what we don't know with an industry that's only 2 years old, and there hasn't been that much. There's no best practices that I'm aware of. I've done some research into that. Cities are just fighting through clouds trying to figure out how to protect their neighborhoods, protect the culture of their communities, and recognize that this is a force that's coming into their communities. So I don't believe our Planning Commission is a policy-setting entity. I don't think it's chartered to do that. I think we are the policy people. I think the Planning Commission has to, at some point, ratify what the City Council is recommending, but I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done on our end, on our staff end, to really understand this and not just kick it over to the Planning Commission. I don't think it's fair to the Planning Commission. They haven't been looking into this for years. They're going to be looking at the same information that our staff is going to be looking into. So I would like to slow down. Ms. Brenner's idea about the moratorium, a temporary moratorium that would sunset with the passage of our ordinance. Oh, here's the gentleman from Picasso. Let's just slow down and do this right. Let's just punt it over to the Planning Commission. I think there's a lot of good information that we need to know, helpful information that we need to know, and I think we should put it out to the audience right now, because I see the Picasso gentleman. I'd like him to comment on how other cities, or how they are working with other cities to mitigate or ameliorate some of the challenges that residents have, which is first and foremost in my mind, is the challenges that residents have because as Nancy Scarborough said at the last meeting, we were all elected to protect and defend the quality of life of our residents in our community. So we have to find a common solution that works. So that's where I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Avery.
Yeah, I agree with Councilman O'Neill. We just need to move deliberatively and see what our options are, and make sure that whatever approach we actually engage in is going to work for us. What you have to, I think it's important to always keep in mind, how would you feel if the next door neighbor sold his house to Picasso? And I do believe that most of the people, by and large, who invest in one of these houses, they're all upscale houses, they're in great neighborhoods, are going to be great. It's just about protecting against the ones that come in, maybe some kids that come in, owners' kids come in and have a party, that kind of thing. But still, I think there's a value thing here where someone sells their house to Picasso, and I don't have the details on this, but my understanding is that quite often they go for more than the asking price. If Picasso comes in and the house hits their marks for everything they want, which is upscale and lots of amenities and a great neighborhood, it works for them to pay more than market, I assume. And then on the other hand, if you're trying to sell your home and there's a Picasso home next door, a buyer is going to be likely reluctant to purchase because they really have no idea what's going to happen over time with that situation. We all like the idea of our next door neighbors being people we've known for a long time, developed a relationship with. That's our ideal. You know, the neighborhood is a special concept in everybody's minds, and we all want close neighbors and good neighbors. And I wouldn't go so far as to say that your life's going to be ruined if a Picasso house is next door. But it does make these differences that I just articulated. And I think they're somewhat more similar in terms of being a short-term rental, in that the vast majority of the owners are in there for no more than 2 weeks. And they have 45 days if they have a 1/8 share. And they are on a 2-week basis. And to me, that's short-term use of the property. So I think if we do give it over to the Planning Commission, I think the Planning Commission's pretty up to speed on uses and what's going on in the city, and I think they'd get it pretty quickly. But I think we should also encourage a fairly quick turnaround time. Thank you.
Well, Hugh, yeah, I think we should go out to the public. If you're just joining us now, I think we have a supermajority vote to heavily regulate this sort of fractional ownership in residential areas in the city. So I think you'll hear some semantics, and you might have a preference on semantics and approach, and please come forward and feel free to express those views. We'll open up public comments now. Yes, you'd like to address the public first, you may.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabe Demas-Smith, Public Affairs Manager at Picasso. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for the opportunity to speak today. First and foremost, we appreciate your commitment to having a thoughtful approach and not rushing into action related to co-ownership, which can affect not only those who have purchased through Picasso, but those who have co-ownership models throughout this entire city. I want to begin by addressing a few of the, comments that have been made here today. I think it's critically important to articulate that Picasso is not a timeshare business model. Firstly, because there is no timeshare project. You've brought up the point about the 14-day stay that does exist. However, the operating agreement isn't limited to a period of time they can use the property. They actually can utilize the property as they see fit, no different than any other arrangement. For example, if every member on this council owned a home, they could utilize it as they agreed to and such. So it could be a certain amount of days. It could be less than that. It's based on availability and how they want to use the home. Even more importantly, it's critical to articulate that this is common. You know, folks are saying this is a 2-year business model, but co-ownership has been present for decades. There are many homes that are in a property-specific LLC, which has different uses, and it clearly doesn't have a regulatory framework to control that. But importantly, a lot of the concerns about, you know, housing incidents in R1 zones here in the city are related to things that are currently present in the municipal code, like sound, noise, trash, street parking, all things which can be accommodated in the current Newport Beach municipal code. At Picasso, we are completely open to having a conversation about regulation. It's a conversation we're having with other cities. Unfortunately, at the stage we are with cities, we are unable to share exactly what those conversations are, but we'd like to have a forthcoming conversation with each of you and work with city staff towards a goal of a policy that is mutually of the interest of this community and protects the numerous co-owners in this city. Again, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Public comments, please come forward.
Hi, Gary Cruz from Newport Beach. I have comments from my wife, and I better get those in before my time runs out. My time's fine. You can let me go. She basically says she has 5 points. The first point is probably the most important. If it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it's a duck, and that's what this is. It's a timeshare. A second home, you don't leave all your stuff in it. You can't leave all your stuff in these fractional ownerships. There's a difference right there, okay? I've stayed in Airbnbs, and I go in, and in that drawer is somebody else's underwear. I don't like it. I don't like it. You buy 1/8 of a share, you can't use it until half of them are sold. I believe that's the policy. What happens is just float there in limbo in the interim before they're all sold. I don't know that anybody has that answer. You can't sell your share till after 12 months. That's not a requirement if you buy a second home. She's drawing the distinction between a second home, a timeshare, and fractional ownership. It's a business plan. That's what her complaint is. So my issue is with regards to, it sounded to me like the majority of the audience last time and the council was that they're a bad idea, but they're worried about litigation. And that's understandable. That's understandable, but it's probably also no way to conduct your city business. So my suggestion, and it's already been brought up, is to create a moratorium, research the heck out of it, maybe more importantly, get some partners. Don't take this all on Newport Beach. There's plenty of cities out there that would love to partner with us because they're experiencing the same thing. So, but what I do have as a concern that I heard at the last meeting is that there's a focus on R1 zones. And we live in an R2 zone, but we're still an R. We're still a residential neighborhood. And we had that issue with short-term rentals. I was on the Zoom call with the Coastal Commission, and I recall one commissioner saying, we don't understand why they're banned in R1. Well, I think the same thing could happen too. You're going to ban them in R1s but not R2s. Coastal Commission might have a question with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Muldoon and members of the council. I wasn't going to speak. I think we've all kind of beat this one to death, but I do want to say a couple of brief things. One, the staff did an extensive study, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, there were 200 and some odd pages worth of documentation that they had done prior to the last meeting. That's a lot to dump in the lap of the Planning Commission, so I do think they need some help and guidance from staff to kind of point them in a direction, and maybe that is, you know, an ad hoc committee with council and Planning Commission or some, you know, coalition. The second thing is, I agree, and I think I've heard everybody here say that they agree with the moratorium, maybe not complete, maybe not all of you, but it seems like that's something that needs to happen immediately. I talked to a real estate agent today, and there are 5 current listings right now selling for fractional ownership. So that's going to continue. It's going to be like the short-term lodging. This is getting out there, the word's out there right now, and I think we need to put a cap on it immediately while we work this out. And it should be a thoughtful process. I agree with Diane Dixon. We need to take our time, get this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jim Shaheen. I want to thank the council for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I just thought I'd give you my perspective. I've been a resident for Newport Beach for over 20 years. I have 4 children. They were all born here. I have an office right above Strawberry Cafe. I employ a couple dozen people. And my parents had passed away right before the pandemic. And during the pandemic, my in-laws came and lived with us. My kids got really attached to them, and we spent a lot of time with them. They ended up moving back, and with what we went through, my wife really wanted to be close to her parents. They're aging, so we moved. But I have an office here. I have a business here, and I looked at different options. I thought about just buying a home and leaving it empty, because I come here about once a month for about a week. And that didn't seem like the most responsible thing to do, considering the housing crisis, to just leave it empty. So I thought about buying one where we rent it out. And I just don't want strangers coming in and out of my house. It just seemed like I wouldn't be fair to my neighbors. I have a bunch of friends here in the communities that live close to me. So I thought about buying a house with a couple friends. We were working things out to do that, and I met with Spencer. He was at a conference, and he was telling me about this concept, and I thought it was just amazing. This is going to fit perfectly for me and my family. In Arizona, we have kind of like an all-year-round school, and my kids really want to come with me here when we're here. They want to spend time here. They have friends here. They want to be by their grandparents and their family too. And this was going to be just a perfect combination. I'm able to leave my stuff at the Picasso house. I have a closet where I put all my stuff in. All my kids' toys are in there. And the best thing about it is I'm able to keep my business here. I'm able to see my friends. I'm able to, live both the lives that I really enjoy. I was telling my friend this the other day, is that this isn't a vacation home to me. This is my home. Like, I consider this my home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Muldoon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier, and I am puzzled why we are here today discussing code amendments, new code that will prohibit this use, when your colleagues 40 years ago were confronted with this problem of the possibility of rotating occupancy rights in a residential property, or actually any property in Newport Beach. And they thought at that time that they had solved the problem by adopting an ordinance, which I would direct you to, which is Ordinance 82-14. And my question is why we think we need new code when we have the code from 1982 that still exists, but I believe is being misread in our current planning code. The council in 1982 wished to prohibit any kind of timeshare use in Newport Beach, and they did so by adopting a definition of what they call timeshare project that is so broad that it encompasses anything. The term timeshare project, it says, shall be applied to any development, and the word development just means a new kind of ownership or use, wherein a purchaser receives the right in perpetuity for life or for a term of years to the recurrent exclusive use or occupancy of a lot, which as this is, parcel unit, rooms, or a segment of real property, actually annually or on some seasonal or periodic basis for a period of time that will be allotted from the use, blah, blah, blah. And it includes, but is not limited to, and then lists every imaginable kind of timeshare they could think of. Timeshare estate, interval ownership, vacation license, vacation lease, club membership, timeshare use, hotel condominium, or any other use of a similar nature. That definition is still in our code, and I do not know why that does not apply here. And if you think development applies only to new development, and it's still in our code, it says it shall be unlawful to convert to a timeshare project, which they defined, timeshare estate or a timeshare use, all or any part of the following, which includes a single-family residential unit, and also includes all other kinds of residential units. So we have this on our books. It's still in our code now. Why are we not enforcing that? The Community Development Department has the word development in their name, and they seem very much to be trying to encourage development, and apparently they think this is a new kind of development. Tonight at your meeting, they're going to be doing some very creative reading of our zoning codes to avoid a green light vote in favor of developers. Why can't they do an interpretation in favor of the people of Newport Beach? Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, I think as a politician, that's worthy of a response. Mr. Harp, do you have a response to candidate Jim Mosier?
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon. So we reviewed the comments that Mr. Mosher made, and we don't agree that the current version of the municipal code covers the purchase of a home by an LLC as a timeshare. And I think what Jim failed to mention is back in 1982, when the first ordinance addressing timeshares was adopted, it was very broad, and it dealt with a single family home. It specifically said you won't convert a single family home to a timeshare. Well, subsequent to that, in 1996, there were some modifications to the municipal code, and basically switched that definition from a single existing unit to basically dwelling units to timeshare units. And the overall concept was they were no longer banning all timeshares. They were going to allow timeshares, but they were looking at it on a larger scale. They were looking at 100-unit projects. They were looking at maybe less than 100-unit projects if they were mixed with 300 units of a hotel. And so in 1996, the concept changed as far as how they were looking at timeshares to kind of look at these as major projects as opposed to sort of an individual project of a single unit. And I think that's kind of point one. I think the larger issue is what does the term conversion mean? And looking at the code and all the definitions in it, it's our opinion that conversion doesn't mean the purchase of a home by an LLC. As we've said over and over again, there are lots of homes here in Newport Beach that are held in trust, that are held in LLCs, and to say that the current code, that all those are timeshares, we don't think that that's the case. And I just think that there's some ambiguities in the code. If the council wants to move forward with treating the Picasso type model as a timeshare, there may be ways to go ahead and define that, but it is not currently regulated under the existing code as a timeshare, and we feel very confident about that. And I think that Mr. Mosher's comments were a little bit misleading as far as how the definitions work, and he kind of glossed over some points.
I still think your game's been up by the campaign trail, Jim. I'm impressed. Other comments, please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor Muldoon and honorable city council members. My name is Megan Licata. I'm a local Picasso employee, and I'm here to read a statement on behalf of Picasso owners, the Stein family. Honorable Mayor and city council members, I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the council today via a Picasso employee. My family co-owns a Picasso in Newport Beach. As the council explores the topic of co-ownership, I thought it might be helpful to share our story as co-owners. As longtime Orange County residents, my family has been visiting and enjoying Newport Beach for years and have long dreamed of one day owning our own second home in this beautiful community. Co-owning is something we have done in other cities around the U.S., but it's often a hassle to figure out how to manage the property, and we often list the property on Airbnb or VRBO during times of non-use. Picasso simplified and modernized this age-old practice of co-owning a home. As busy professionals, Picasso is ideal for our situation. Now we can come to our home in Newport Beach and enjoy doing all the things we love on the island. Shop, eat at our usual spots, go to concerts in the park, and pick up groceries at our favorite neighborhood market, as we have always done. Except now we get to do we get to, at the end of the day, go to our beautiful home. We hope the City Council will preserve the ability for us and the thousands of other property owners that co-own property together under property-specific LLCs and trusts, as has been done for generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members, Denise Oberman. I want to thank the council and also for staff for bringing this forward. And I'd like to start with where I'd like to end up. I've listened to everybody speak, and I do think, Mr. Harp, you've made a good point as to the code. And it all leads logically to enacting a moratorium and doing it right away so we can figure this out. I mean, the thing about fractional ownership is that it does intensify any neighborhood. It inherently intensifies the neighborhood that it's in. And it's not one family or two families. We talk about 1/8 fractional ownership. The other thing is, quite candidly, the most attractive areas are the areas where we have lots that are very small lots, they're very dense, and we are challenged to maintain setbacks that provide sufficient aerosol, breathing, light, and fire life safety clearance. So I do think the other thing about bringing a business in that's going to replicate the business model times 8, times 8, times 8 fractions in every location is once they are in, and once any use is in, it is illiquid. So it's there, and the city is going to live with it, and all of everything from nuisance types of things to ability to maintain traffic, parking, code, and safety, and all the things that council and staff are helping the community to continually look at and figure out how we're going to deal with it. So, long-winded story, there are things to figure out. We can look at other cities, but this is not a new concept. I agree with whoever said it in the commentaries that fractional ownership has been around for more than 2 years, as has timeshare. And I think, again, to Mr. Harp's point, if we take a timeshare or some facsimile thereof, and we think about the Marriott on Newport Coast, does anybody have any issues with that? I mean, I don't know, and I think it should go out to the public too. That particular type of circumstance doesn't over-intensify an already dense residential neighborhood. It's an appropriate setting to have an appropriate type of use, and it's accompanied with surround sound of professional management of all the amenities and the uses around. So it's more like a hotel type of setting. So I would strongly urge the council to enact a moratorium, to do it right away, and to be a little thoughtful about this use, because once we allow this use in, it is here to stay, and we need to manage the concentration so we don't have over-concentration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. And if you plan to speak, if you like, please form a line at opposing podiums. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Mike O'Neill, Mayor and council members. I spoke with you folks in November of last year when the first this was brought up, and I think subsequent to that, you guys performed the study and then reported back to the citizens of Newport Beach. Well, first and foremost, we have a wrong definition of timeshare. Under the Picasso model, I paid them $1,263,000. I have a 1/8 interest in a home, 2628 Ocean Boulevard in Costa Mesa. I'm on the deed. In a timeshare, the property company, take Marriott Newport Coast, they own the property. They are on the deed. You have exclusive use of a certain time. That's the contract between you and the timeshare company. Picasso has no financial interest, ownership interest, once these properties are sold. None. They're out. They provide management. We have a property manager locally here in the Costa Mesa area, in the Corona Del Mar area, and he manages 5 or 6 homes. And he makes sure all the maintenance is done, whether it's a plumbing problem, electrical problem, landscaping problem, they take care of it. That's part of our monthly charge that we pay for that. But they have no financial interest once the property is sold. The financial interest is amongst the 8 people. And the other thing to clarify is you can buy up to 1/2 of that property. So if I wanted to, I could have paid basically $5 million for that property and use it 180 days a year. That's allowed under the Picasso model. I think everyone's still focusing on the 1/8 interest in the 45 days. That's not necessarily the case. Every property will be different depending on the makeup of the ownership group. So I think that's one thing. So again, having been here in November and having the city attorney at that point and say, hey, over 50% of the homes, single-family homes in Newport Beach are owned either in an LLC, a family partnership, or some other either estate planning or liability protection mechanism, period. That's how wealthy people protect themselves. That's how they transfer assets. That's how they move the basis from one family to the other and never pay capital gains tax. And it's been going on for 100 years. So that is already in place. So if, in fact, you have a moratorium, is that going to apply to all new home purchases, single-family home purchases in Newport Beach? Why not?
Sir, please address the council.
Yeah, well, I mean, why not? Why wouldn't it? It would be grandfathered in as of what date?
You get to address the council. It's not a chance to engage with the audience.
Well, I'm not. I'm saying, when is it going to effect?
It's not an opportunity for you to ask questions for the council. It's an opportunity for you to make comments. So if you want to continue making your comments.
Well, I'm just thinking that, you need to understand what you're dealing with. And I would think by now, with the help of the city attorney, there would be a clear understanding of what a timeshare is and what fractional ownership are. They're not the same.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Carmen Rosen. Not all fractional ownerships are timeshares. Picasso business model is a timeshare. To correct the gentleman before, timeshares, there are two different types of timeshares, and he can go to Investopedia, where it's clearly spelled. There is share deed ownership timeshare, where the owners of the timeshare, they own part of the property, and there is share lease ownership interest, that is the traditional timeshare that the gentleman was talking about when you purchase a week time in the property. The deed timeshares have been going on for years, and when Picasso says we don't limit the time that the owner can spend at the property, that's not quite correct. Is from their frequently asked questions, how many general estates can I schedule? Owners may hold up to 6 general estates at a time per 1/8 share owned. Estates must be a minimum of 2 nights. It's a maximum of 14 nights if you own 1/8 of the property. Now, they will allow you to stay longer or go beyond the 40 nights, but they charge you a fee. Now, the gentleman said, how about the LLCs and the trust? Well, if I own an LLC, a property in an LLC, and I have family members that are part of that, guess what? I may be at the property at the same time that my brother is or my cousin. So the question to Picasso is, can 2 fractional owners be at the property at the same time? Yes or no? If the answer is no, that's a timeshare. Why do you charge a fee when somebody goes beyond the 44 nights? If you're charging a fee, that's like paying rent to the other owner. That's a timeshare. Picasso, in what they presented for today, they make reference, we are good company, and maybe they are, but the question here is not that if they are a good company or not. The question here is not if the owners of these fractional owners are going to be good or not. The question is if timeshare is not allowed, and this is a timeshare, why are we allowing it in the residential areas? And if we are going to allow it, then what are the limits and the regulations? They mentioned, Picasso here mentions short-term lodging. The city already has tools, like the short-term lodging ordinance. That wouldn't apply for a fractional ownership. They are not paying rent. They pay for the property. So you cannot implement the short-term lodging ordinance to the fractional ownership. They are not paying TOT to handle the trash and all the other nuisance from short-term lodging. Noise and loud and unruly and all that, yes, applies to everybody. But again, the point is, are they a timeshare or not? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Honorable City Council members. My name is Chrissy Brucci. I'm a local Picasso employee and will be reading a statement on behalf of Picasso owner Steve Hayes. My wife Linda and I are both 62 and have 3 adult children with 1 grandchild and another on the way. For many years, we vacation at beaches on the East Coast, but after our middle son and his wife were transferred to SoCal for a couple of years for work, we found ourselves being drawn to the California beaches, warm weather, and endless things to do. In particular, we fell in love with the friendly people, the restaurants and shops at Lido Marina Village, and the convenience of the local Pavilion's grocery store, not to mention some surprisingly good Italian food. We're like you, and we agree that short-term rentals aren't the most well-kept properties and have guests that don't care about how they leave the properties or impact the neighborhood. It's the same reason that we would never buy a rental car. So that's why, about 6 months ago, we made a decision to invest as a homeowner in a Picasso property in Newport Beach. And we didn't do it to rent it out and make a profit. We did it for our family. Like you, we want to live in a home that has high standards, is well maintained, and only allows people to stay in the house that have a vested interest in the property. That's owners. Since our purchase, we have gladly paid property, sales, and rental car taxes. We frequent local establishments and stores, enjoy riding our bikes up and down the coast, and have had the opportunity to play both pickleball and golf with some very warm and welcoming local people. That's why we've been surprised by the uproar that fractional ownership model of 10 or so homes has caused the community. Unlike the 1,500 already approved short-term rentals, 7 of those are on our street, by the way, we want what's best for the community and are more than willing to pay our share of taxes to make sure that the local infrastructure and schools are not only maintained but improved as time goes on. And we won't nor cannot rent it out to strangers that don't feel the same way. In our case, and since I'm still working, we honestly are both looking at the next several years as a trial run to see if we want to have more of a long-term presence in Newport Beach that we can share with our children and grandchildren and you as we grow old. So the next time we're around, I'd be more than happy to introduce our family to you as long as it's not too late because we like to go to bed early. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Kathy Brown. I live directly behind the home that's on Picasso home on Plaza del Sur. I'm not a politician, nor do I ever want to be. I think that everyone has gotten off to an incorrect view of why we're standing here arguing about it. I live in a residential neighborhood. It's zoned for 1. That means that if you can't rent for longer than, or you have to stay if you rent longer than 31 days, correct? If I believe in the zoning code. Picasso comes in and while they've all been cordial, polite, we've been polite back. There's not a problem there yet. They stay 3 days. So we are having even a higher turnover than the short-term rental areas in Newport Beach. So instead of talking about whether it's a timeshare quality, it's worse than having a short-term rental. It's worse because we have the people that come in and clean, they have the different people that come in, they let friends and family use it because they're part owners, but there's a turnaround much more active than the short-term rental. When we notice when there is somebody that rents less than the month, we'll turn them in. We have no problem with that. You know, it's like, no, that's not what our neighborhood is supposed to be like. And it is turning into a short-term rental area, and it's a shame. So please address that rather than whether it's a timeshare or not. It's not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Muldoon and City Council members. My name is Samantha Walsh. I'm a local Picasso employee living in Newport Beach, and I'll be reading a statement on behalf of Picasso from one of our owners, Anthony Kumar. The purpose of this testimony is to introduce the Kumar family and to explain our experience with Picasso thus far. During COVID, we did a tremendous amount of research looking into second home ownership. We ultimately decided on the home we have in Newport Beach, California. We have many friends who live in the area and certainly enjoy everything Newport has to offer, from the beaches to the shopping, restaurants, bay club, etc. The Kumar family has 6 members, 2 daughters, 13 and 6 months, and 2 sons, 12 and 3 years old. I cannot express enough how much this home means to us. The single best part of Picasso is that this constitutes a promised vacation for us. We spend ample weeks each year contributing to the economic growth of the area by enjoying our favorite restaurants, visiting Disneyland, frequenting our favorite local hangouts, and lots of shopping in Newport Beach. Ultimately, it is our goal to later retire in the Newport Beach area. This model is exceptional, whereby you get a taste of the lifestyle, own a piece of the property, and have the opportunity to purchase more shares as the years progress. I also enjoy owning a home with others, as we trust they will too treat the home with the utmost respect. I want nothing but good relations with the city of Newport and the other homeowners. We view this as a great way to own a piece of property while at the same time and don't have to worry about covering mortgage costs by virtue of multiple renters or short-term visitors, which would be the case if we were to be the sole owner of a second home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Roberta Schmidt. Thank you for allowing me to address the council members. I have a complaint about the property on Plaza del Sur. It's owned by, I don't know, whatever number is allowed by that contract they have. If the people come there are proud to be members of the society in which they've decided to come and live for maybe a few days, it's the people that have spoken who are owners now sound very, very commendable and very neighborly-like. But we have experienced some people that are not that way. They're noisy, they have parties, and it's like a short-term rental gone crazy because they own the property, supposedly. But it has not been a good example for me to allow a fractional ownership because of those few bad people. And the 2 young ladies that came and spoke about how nice it is to own a property, I agree. I've been here for 45 years. And my husband went to Newport Harbor High School, and he lived on Balboa when you could take the bicycle to school for a nickel a round trip. So we are longtime residents. And I don't want to see that feeling changed. If all the people that came here through Picasso were as nice as these 2 young ladies, I think we would be more amenable to having this go through. But from what I experience, it has not worked on Plaza del Sur, which has been a very quiet, nice neighborhood. And I hate to see more of that happen again. It's just my opinion. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Muldoon, honorable city council members. My name is Timothy Ellis. I am a local Picasso employee and will be reading a statement on behalf of Picasso owner Sam Papoyan. Honorable Mayor and city council members, I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the council today via Picasso employee. My wife and I have 4 kids, 17-year-old, 2 15-year-olds, and 1 1-year-old. We love Newport Beach. We have access to the beach and amazing weather. Our neighborhood is quiet and safe. The people are less crazy, unlike Los Angeles. And Newport Beach has some of the best restaurants, which we frequent often. As owners, we bring more value to the city than short-term renters. The house is managed and activities are monitored. It gives us great comfort knowing our home is being cared for by our co-owners with the same respect. We have made a considerable investment in Newport Beach with the purchase of this property and hope we can continue investing and making memories here. In addition to that, I would also like to address the council today as the home manager in Newport Beach for Picasso and local resident. I was born at Hoag Hospital when it was 1 tower in 1967. Went to Mariners, went to Ensign, went to Newport Harbor. Economic contributions with my owners, I spent about $10,000 a month, economic activity, including a $60,000 boat, $3,000 in stand-up paddleboards, $3,000 in new bikes. I am also readily available 7 days a week to both my owners and the neighbors. I try to provide a zero-defect property management model for each property and also reinforce quiet hours and the respect of the neighborhood as far as my best practices go, set forth as a standard operating procedure at Picasso. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Muldoon and council members. I'm Steve Rosansky, President and CEO of the Newport Beach Chamber of Commerce. As we've heard here today, and we'll probably hear a few more, there's obviously a lot of different viewpoints on this subject. Clearly, property rights are at stake here, significant property rights, valuable property rights. And so I would encourage you to be deliberative as you move forward, to engage with Picasso as well as any other fractional share ownership companies or that are looking to come here, as well as the residents that live next to these homes. I think that probably a workable solution could be found. Our city does have 1,500 plus short-term lodging permits. I imagine that use of the properties the way Picasso intends and their owners intend is probably not as intensive as those are. But yeah, it's not a single family home either. So clearly there's a lot to be addressed here and looked at. I also encourage you, if you are contemplating a moratorium, that you make it short, because I think all these people, whether it's the Picasso people or the residents, deserve a resolution fairly quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor and council persons, I thank you for the opportunity to speak for a moment. First, I would like to note that there's nothing personal against Picasso or any of the Picasso owners, property owners. This is business. And the city of Newport Beach has a responsibility to those of us who have invested millions of dollars in property in Newport Beach and have been here for many years. And as Councilman Avery noted, there could be an issue of diminution of value. And we would think that the City Council of Newport Beach would support its citizens in the hopes that there is not going to be a diminution of value of their properties. Several years ago, I think about at least 20 years ago, I came to a similar council meeting where the issue was these care homes coming in. And during that meeting, the city attorney at that time, a different city attorney than we have, was very precise in indicating that there was no way to get around these people coming in and establishing care homes. And as you know, several months ago, the city of Costa Mesa was one of the first cities to be successful on this issue. And they won on appeal to drastically limit those care homes in the city of Costa Mesa. And 20 years ago, I was told in a meeting that that was impossible. Now, the attorney who handled that case for the city of Costa Mesa is, in fact, a Newport Beach resident. And I'm just wondering, has anyone consulted with any other attorneys to get different opinions? And during the period of the moratorium, I would hope that this would be done. I think you need to get an opinion as to, first of all, as to whether your code is sufficient enough to make it through. Because I'm an attorney and I'm a retired administrative law judge, and I know some of the things you look at when you're interpreting a code is, why was that code put into place? And if a new code is to put in place, don't be surprised if somebody comes back later on and argues that the reason this code was put into place was because the previous codes weren't sufficient. You may be digging a hole for yourself. So I would suggest before you do any of this, use the moratorium period to get advice from other cities, as you're going to do, but to get other legal opinions. It's foolish to go with one legal opinion or even two. You need to get opinions from other attorneys, and I would propose you get such an opinion from an attorney or from attorneys who've handled similar cases and have been successful on appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And again, if you plan to speak, now is a good time to come forward.
Good evening, Mayor Muldoon and honorable city council members. My name is Purvi Doshi, and I'm a local Picasso employee, and will be reading a statement on behalf of Picasso owner Kathy Cost. Honorable Mayor and City Council, thank you for taking the time to hear from us on this important item via a Picasso employee. My name is Kathy, and my husband is Randy. We are co-owners on Balboa Island. I'm a former partner at Deloitte and currently serve as an audit committee chairman on 2 public company boards. Randy recently retired from Oracle. We both have a long love story with Newport Beach prior to purchasing our home. Randy grew up in the area and has been body surfing the Wedge since he was a kid. He has gone back every year since and still surfs it to this day at age 64. I started going to Balboa Island 40 years ago. Walking the island boardwalk is my favorite thing to do, and I enjoy talking to fellow homeowners about gardening. We always loved vacationing on Balboa Island and would stay in a VRBO up to 3 weeks at a time. But we wanted to stay more than that. After all, we already considered the island as a second home. Why not make it official? For 5 years, we tried to get our group of friends to go in on a house together here. Enter Picasso, who made it a reality. We take great pride in our house and our neighborhood. We love it. We love frequenting the Irvine Market and stores on Marine Avenue. We have made every effort to get to know our neighbors, even participating with our neighbors along Emerald Avenue by joining in on the stringing of flag banners from our second story to neighbors' windows across the street before Memorial Day for the flag season. We also invited one of our neighbors over to the house and helped resolve a lighting issue that was bothering them. We are not short-timers. We plan to be in this community for a long time, and we hope the city will continue to welcome us. And if I have a couple more minutes, I did want to address a couple of the issues that were said during public testimony. I do want to just clarify that, unlike a timeshare, there's no set amount of time for a homeowner to use the home. There's no fee to use the house. Use of the house is based on the fact that you have equity. And ownership does not change the use of the home. So the home doesn't all of a sudden become a business or a commercial use. It is still a residential use. So I just wanted to make sure that some of those points were clarified for you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Dave Archie, and thank you, Mayor and the City Council members, for listening to me. I moved from the East Coast and the Midwest in 1984 and lived on Balboa Island for 2 years, rented. And then my wife and I bought a duplex on 47th Street in 88, 87, which we still own. And then because the noise and we were commuting up to LA, it just got too crazy down there. We bought a place on Plaza del Norte, right across the street from the timeshare that we're all one of the timeshares that we're discussing today. And I'm also the one that, with 3 other folks, that raised this a year ago. So this isn't a new issue. We raised this subject a year ago, and I've watched this go through. And I love all the different ideas here, and I also really encourage the acceleration of figuring this out to put a moratorium in place. But what I would also just highly recommend is doing the 31 days and just treat this so it's not like an Airbnb and you can do it for 4 to 8 days. Do it 31 days. I will tell you, if you ask for the time records of the people that moved across the street from us on Plaza del Sur, you'll see that it is 3 to 7 days, every different person coming in for the last year. And I can't blame these people. They're spending a heck of a lot of money. But so then it's a big party for them. I mean, they're flying people from in all over the place. And so every weekend we get a new group in there, and they're not noisy, okay? They understand it, and Tim has done a great job there. But what I will tell you is that they don't really care about the yard or the outside and try and enhance the property. All they want to do is just have a nice full refrigerator with a bunch of ice and be able to come there every weekend and party. All we want is some people down there. Like, we've lived across the street from there for 25 years. I know every single person in that neighborhood. I was the Easter Bunny. I'm on all the different commissions down there. I mean, so this is our neighborhood, and I really don't know any of the people that have come in over the last year. None. And then the other thing with Tim is I have to call the guy once a week because they leave this huge bright light on the third floor, either the cleaning people or the people there, and it's just a nuisance. So all I want to do is be able to have neighbors next door and that we really like. Then the last thing I will just want to leave with you is I have two young girls, my wife and I, that are now 27 and 29. When they were playing soccer and basketball and baseball, and I coached them, in their great growing up and then in their teens, my parents in upstate New York wanted to come out and see them. There wasn't timeshares or anything like that, but what they did is a 4-month rental on Bellevue Lane. And it was the most awesome thing in the world every year that they came down for 10 years in a row and watched my kids grow up. These people here, if you look at the break even on some of these business cases that they're talking about, on how much money they spent, the break-even is 12 to 15 years versus just renting, because we own a 2-duplex rental. They could easily just rent and come down whenever they wanted for that amount of money, and the break-even, and with lots of flexibility as opposed to not having the flexibility. So anyways, I've given you lots of data, and thank you for listening to me. And also, please come and ask me. I'd be happy to share any experiences that we've had over the last year. I love Newport Beach. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Next speaker, please come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Charles Klob. Well, the first thing is, am I the only one to recognize how many of these have already been sold? After hearing the testimony tonight, I'm shocked at how many shares have already been sold in Newport Beach. Also, it strikes me that anything you're considering tonight or with the Planning Commission would not affect those folks that have already bought. And that's worth noting to the audience and all the folks testifying or giving comments. The folks that are already in the door, they're in the door. What you're contemplating tonight is some way to regulate that going forward, and I urge you to study it and do what is best for the residents of Newport Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Max Johnson, and I'm a 27-year resident of Newport Beach. Currently reside in the Peninsula Point community. So I'm here along with several other neighbors tonight and just voicing my opinion in the fractional home ownership issue. I am not a fan of it. I don't think that having these homes in any of our 7 districts is something that Newport wants now or something going forward. I don't think it's a personal vendetta against Picasso, but I do think that the ongoing litigation with St. Helena and other cities that have been placing moratoriums. I think Beverly Hills has placed one until 2023 currently, and I know several other cities have current regulations to enforce timeshares and the fractional homes being sold. Through experiences with several neighbors that have these homes closer to them, I don't think that it's something that any of you, if you had the option, you would want one of these homes next to you personally, in homes that you have bought and invested in, for those council members that actually own a home. So, I think this is a really important issue and something that staff should really take time to think on. But I do think making a decision out of respect for both parties, the ones that have already bought homes and then moving forward. But again, I would say a vast majority of our community in District 1 is not in favor of these types of homes. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Michael Jacobs, and thank you for listening to me. I am a resident of the Peninsula Point on Seville Avenue. My wife and I bought our house there in 1986, and so the Peninsula Point is a very closed community in terms of the neighbors watching out for each other, and it's an area where people get to know each other. Like, I'll walk my dog and I'll see Roberta Schmidt out in front of her house. I see Bob Yant and other neighbors that are here representing because of the situation with Plaza del Sur. And I can say that when we purchased our house, we purchased it as a resident and not to be in a business area. And basically what's transpired with this situation with Picasso on this house on Plaza del Sur is they've now brought business into our residential area. And I don't think that that's right. I don't think it's right at all. And I would say that if you are thinking about a moratorium, that would be a good thing to do, to be able to study this in more detail, to understand exactly what's going on. What the solution would be, I don't know, but we've made a commitment to be living where we live. And I've heard some things from Picasso employees about their people that they're representing love the area. Well, when you love something, you would buy a house there, the whole house, not part of the house. That's what we've done. So we don't want business. We don't want this type of business down in our residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay, seeing no more speakers, we have a crowd out in the back for some other fun, controversial issue for us to take on in a little bit. Okay, I'm just going to go off on the list first, and then we can go off the cuff. Okay. So, correct, if you already purchased a property that has this setup, you are grandfathered in, and legally there's nothing that can be done about it, and that's the lens I'm looking at this through as a legal lens. As I said, I personally support regulation in R1 and R2, and I look forward to seeing what is brought back to us as proposed. I really rely and trust in Will O'Neill's analysis as a competent civil attorney. I personally don't have as much experience in this, but I do know a couple things, and this sort of counters some things that Jim had mentioned, is when a statute is ambiguous, vague, and overly broad, those are points 1, 2, and 3 why they're often thrown out, and ordinances as well. So simply because there's something on the books doesn't mean we can rely on that. That's asking to have the enforcement thrown out by the courts. And unfortunately, Newport Beach has been down this path before, and they were quick to do something, and they did it without making thoughtful comments from the dais, and they paid in a lot of taxpayer funds. No one on this dais was part of that, but it was a very expensive process. And the worst part about it is that it ultimately weakens the ability to enforce any ordinance that you do pass. So it's not as simple as you're writing a check and problem solved. As a matter of fact, you're writing a check and you're weakening the city's position, which ultimately is my reason for being against a moratorium. I support emergency passage of regulation in R1, R2, but a moratorium sets up a whole new additional sets of causes of action and really subjects us to be in a weaker position. And once a court finds that we've done something that they don't like, you can expect more findings to follow. So that's how I feel, and that's why I'll support. I think the staff pretty much as written. Let's have some additional thoughts on additional friendly amendments, but I'll make the motion to support staff. Okay, second for discussion by Councilman O'Neill. Councilwoman Dixon?
Well, okay, could someone, Mr. O'Neill or Mr. Muldoon, Mayor Muldoon, what are we asking specifically for the Planning Commission to do? Is that what the motion is?
Yeah, I think the request is that they move quickly, but take what's already been out there on the model. And I apologize. While we were sitting here, I probably should have pulled up the terminology. But St. Helena, at our last study session, I honed in on some language that St. Helena had used in order to talk about this, because one of the things that we were trying to figure out, and this goes to your policy question, one of the questions we have is how do we address this, and rather than addressing the situation where you have family members that own a home together. And so it struck me that when we were looking at the language that other areas had looked at, they had come up with a defined term that probably applied to this, which would then allow for a regulatory environment that it is outside of the concern of, and again, policy making. That's why the direction, as I understand it, would be to send it down and have the Planning Commission take a look at St. Helena's in particular, but I believe a number of other cities were using that terminology as well. And if there was a city that had it better post getting Picasso suing St. Helena, then maybe that's the better approach. But it's at this point it's a language issue, making sure that we have the language that encompasses what we want to, doesn't encompass what we don't want to. But I believe that there's enough direction here that it's, and at the last study session, that Planning Commission would have pretty good direction on how to craft that language, send it back up to us, because they're going to need to be involved in this, since we have to provide for code Title 20 and 21, and so
Well, okay, I'll withdraw my reluctance to, I'm looking for expediency, so you have said that if we can direct the Planning Commission to respond back in X number of days, weeks, give it thoughtful consideration, would the Planning Commission, would you expect that the Planning Commission could come up with some alternative ways that we can regulate this?
Yeah, but we're not asking them to create this out of whole cloth, right? I mean, there are plenty of templates to use.
So they'll come back to us with some of those?
Yeah, because they can craft it using, if it looks like they need to craft it using, and look, I mean, we've done this too, so we've seen what this looks like. It's taking what is out there, it's taking the policy that they're hearing from us up here, and then grafting it into our current code, right? So this is not new for what they need to do, and that's part of the challenge of an LCP amendment also, and we all know that. But I mean, that we can do that. That we've done it before.
Let me just ask Mr. Jurchis, so how do you see the Planning Commission dealing with this subject?
Thank you, Councilmember Dixon. So I do think that we will have first a study session with the Planning Commission and lay out where the ambiguities are in our current municipal code. And then from there, we can go ahead and kind of break down and outline what the St. Helena Code is and say, what are those pieces in the St. Helena Code? And then ask for some feedback from the Planning Commission about what we want from the St. Helena Code to incorporate into our municipal code. And then from there, once we get that feedback, probably through one study session, maybe two study session, we can go ahead and draft that code language in our municipal code, the amendments, and then come back to the Planning Commission with the actual written document and say, this is what we heard from your last study session. These are the changes that we've made. Here's a red line strikeout. Do you want to go forward with it? Do you want to make a recommendation, or do you want to change it further? Okay, so let me kind of repeat back to you what you just said. So the City Council would be giving the Planning Commission the parameters, as you said, the framework, within the context of the St. Helena lawsuit. And that's what I'm looking at, is the St. Helena.
All right, because they've
ordinance.
gone out there to try to regulate it and
Yes.
try to come up with a system. Okay, I could be supportive of going to the Planning Commission. Can we put, how long do you think the Planning Commission time needs on this?
We probably can get to the Planning Commission in about 30 days. And then from there, we will draft, so that puts us into November. And then we can draft the ordinance, and I mean, we can go to the Planning Commission before the end of the year. Probably won't come back to the City Council until the first part of the new year. That's what I'm kind of saying right now.
Okay, all right. I accept that timeline. They have to do their planful, thorough work. On the other side of the coin, we're seeing these applications come forward, or these business transactions be proposed. I mean, like I've said before, we've been through this with the short-term rentals where the council didn't put any kind of moratorium or a hold or a freeze, and 500 more permits were issued. Now, I know we're not dealing with permits, we're dealing with transactions here that will be grandfathered in by the time the council acts. Is there any support by my colleagues to have a 60, 90-day moratorium to give the Planning Commission its time to do its work, and then we so frankly, from an investor, Picasso or whatever company, investor, just so they know what's happening with the city of Newport Beach. There's a lot of uncertainty out there in all destination communities, and I would like to see some kind of a hold, so we're not rushed into this and we don't make mistakes, and the Planning Commission has the time to do it, and we don't see 4 more homes are on the pending purchase order right now. So I just think that either that, or we impose some immediate code changes to limit and control the density, like 1 per zip code, or some kind of, I'm just making that up as I'm speaking, but some kind of control, so we exert some kind of influence on our community to protect it while the Planning Commission and ultimately the City Council is considering what to do. Would there be support?
My concern is we're asking for litigation if we make any missteps. That's why we're going through all this process. I think there's got to be a way to get past, we see this sooner by maybe 15 or 30 days than what staff said. Maybe there could be a special meeting there for Planning Commission between now and then. But if we do something right now this drastic, it's going to weaken our position.
All right, I respect that. Well, if we could request a special meeting of the Planning Commission, I would certainly support that.
Yeah, I don't see why Staff isn't worked too hard already. I don't see why they couldn't maybe come back 15 or 30 days sooner.
The message is very clear. We
Okay.
will expedite it.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Brenner.
Kevin, to start with, I had a question about what you said. When you said not a moratorium, but did you have something else in place of a moratorium that you were suggesting?
Just moving this in a...
Just moving it quickly through. Okay. Obviously, there's a lot of unknowns in this. There's unknowns about what was in the code all along. We have a judge that said the intention would be considered if this was to go to court. Of all that time that our predecessors put in language that they felt like was as strong as it could possibly be to protect our community. The LLCs are a question. I don't think any of us want family properties to be included in something like this. We know that we think that there's a grandfathered ordinance where people that have it now would be protected. But there's still a lot of ambiguity. And last time we were here in this meeting, the council chambers were almost filled, and it was with people who were begging us to stop this process, stop it now, and at least figure it out. And we gave them the indication, we didn't take a vote, but we gave them the indication that we were all pretty much in favor of a moratorium. So a lot of them are not here tonight. But I think it was pretty clear that they felt like we were going to do the responsible thing and just put a freeze on things until we figured out all of these unknowns. And to me, I think we're shirking our responsibility if we don't protect our residents. That's the goal of our entire city government, is to protect our community and our residents first. And we're not doing that if we allow this to go forward, because, you know, if yours is the house that has one more Picasso next door to it, then you're going to be upset that we didn't do a moratorium until we figured out what was legal and right and was the best thing for as many people as possible. So I'm not in favor of giving this to the Planning Commission and asking them to do it when we could put a hold on things right now. And then if we want to send it to the Planning Commission, that's something else. But if we send it to them right now, it's just like the short-term rentals when they just grew overnight and we were over our maximum before we even could get the law passed. So if we had a moratorium in place, I would be in favor of passing it on to the Planning Commission the way you've suggested, but not without a moratorium.
Understood. Councilman O'Neill.
Yeah, so to kind of fill in some gaps on what the mayor was saying as well, it's important and it's worth looking back at Government Code 65858, which is the standard for a moratorium, which is not met here, and that's the problem. And it's important that we actually acknowledge that, because one of the people that was out here speaking to us was actually the Chamber of Commerce president, who was the mayor the last time we issued a moratorium in the city. Which, the reason I know that is because he's specifically referenced in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal decision that ultimately overturned that moratorium, and the city ended up paying $10 million plus toward that. It's not sometimes a policy decision up here to countermand the state laws. If I could change this, I'd probably change the government code section I just cited. But you know, one of the challenges we have up here is having our hands tied from time to time by state law, dealing with the standards in place. And given the facts of what we've got going in this city, I would just point out that that is not going to be met. We will lose, and to Kevin's point, it's a whole lot better to move forward with something you have actually worked through and can feel very comfortable with than, you know, moving forward from a weakened position. And it's just not a good situation. And it's not even sometimes a weakened position. It's simply, do you believe strongly that you've complied with this? And if you don't, and my suspicion is not enough people up here would believe that we've complied with the standards of 65858, then that you shouldn't vote for it anyway, even if you think it's a good idea. So anyway, I appreciate the sentiment completely. I just want to make sure I'm grounding us back into the code sections we're going to be dealing with.
Could we have a little discussion about that so that the public and we understand what the criteria is for a moratorium?
Yeah, this is the direct quote. Without following the procedures otherwise required prior to the adoption of a zoning ordinance, the legislative body of a county, city, including a charter city or city and county to protect the public safety, health, and welfare may adopt as an urgency measure or interim ordinance prohibiting any use that may be in conflict, et cetera. So it has to be an immediate threat to public safety, health, and welfare. And so that's the issue is, can you make those findings? Those are extremely high findings.
If you can't make them for a rehab, it's going to be hard to make them.
Yeah. So that's why I wanted to point this out is those are that's a really high standard that the state has set for us. And it's going to be incredibly difficult to reach in something like this.
Just a question.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Okay, short of a moratorium, maybe this is a question directed to the city attorney. Can we as a body, this item has been agendized for today, can we as a body pass an ordinance that puts some constraint, regulatory constraint over the next, for 60 days? It could sunset in 60 or 90 days or upon completion, upon action referred to us by the Planning Commission. For example, that we require no co-ownership structures, transactions to coexist with, I said earlier, within the same, only one per zip code or within 2 square miles or some geographic density consideration, just so we at least spread this out and limit it in some way. Could we do that tonight in the form of a motion and then action?
Well, you definitely couldn't do it tonight, but all moratoriums, urgency ordinances, they all kind of have that same standard. You have to find there's an immediate threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. They're all based on the same type of criteria that Councilmember O'Neill laid out.
So the soonest you think, if we did a regular ordinance not requiring that high level of criteria, it would take, if it were, everything were to go forward, we do all the necessary public hearings and actions, it would take 30 days after we finally approve an ordinance?
Yeah, so typically, unless it's an urgency ordinance, you have, first and second reading, and ordinances take effect 30 days after second reading.
So here we are, 1st of October. The soonest we could impose, I'm not using the term emergency ordinance, it's a regular ordinance, would possibly be January 1st that would take effect? Possibly. I mean, I'm just guessing in terms of in my head.
Yeah, it just depends when you get the first. So basically, you need two readings at the council level. And
so the only way to begin that process is one of us has to A1 this item and get through the process.
No, you're beginning it tonight because you're initiating the Planning Commission review of it, and then they're gonna look at it, come up with an ordinance for you, send it back up to you, and then that'll come up to you probably for first reading. Once it comes through the Planning Commission.
Okay,
so you're starting the process tonight.
All right, Mr. Georges, so given the expedited special meeting of the Planning Commission, I'm trying to just lay out a projected timeline. What's the soonest we could get an ordinance enacted?
So we're thinking that we can go to the Planning Commission on October 6th for a study session and then come back to them either on the 20th or at a special meeting for an ordinance. And so I'm thinking that we're going to be back to you either the first or second meeting of November with a draft ordinance.
And then if we all work on that and agree, we pass it, and it would take effect 30 days later after the second.
After the second meeting, correct.
Is there any way to waive a second reading? Nope.
No.
No. All right. Okay. Whatever. Can we amend your motion to just expedite all processes all the way through? Are we already saying that? Okay. All right. Very good. I support that motion.
Councilman Avery.
Just a question for Mr. Harp or Simone. Beverly Hills, St. Helena, did they vote for a moratorium?
So Beverly Hills is the only one who enacted a moratorium, to my knowledge.
How did that go?
It wasn't, I'm not even sure that that Picasso was aware that they had done a moratorium. It wasn't challenged in that setting but no one else has adopted a moratorium in the state, as far as I'm aware, except for Beverly Hills, and they did it almost 2 years ago.
Right. Thank you.
Councilman Brenner.
So, Simone, I have a question about timing. All of these meetings that need to be held to get an ordinance approved, do they have to be at the regularly scheduled meetings, or could there be special meetings scheduled along the way that would move this forward more quickly?
No, we can do special meetings, absolutely. And we are, while the council was talking, we were kind of figuring out schedules as we were deliberating this. So October 6th is within the next week, so at least we can start that study session there. As long as I can get that feedback, then we can go ahead and draft that ordinance. Staff just needs some time to put kind of the words on paper to draft the ordinance, and that's going to take a week or plus to do that. But we could definitely do special meetings if we have to.
But it could go much more quickly than if we waited till the regularly scheduled meetings.
Yeah, I wouldn't say much more quickly. It could go quickly. I mean, we're not going to come back to council until November, Councilmember Brenner. It's going to be rough for us to come back before that.
And we're not willing to do what Beverly Hills did. And the fact that they did it 2 years ago really kind of ticks me off, because we started about 2 years ago questioning these and what we could do about it. And they obviously took action that we didn't take.
Yeah, I just think it wasn't on anyone's radar back then a couple years ago, this fractional ownership type of use. And that's probably why it wasn't challenged. I don't think Picasso owns any homes in Beverly Hills, but they are the only city that I'm aware of that did a moratorium.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, Councilwoman Dixon.
Okay, I'd like to know why we couldn't do a moratorium. If Beverly Hills has been unchallenged, I agree with Ms. Brenner, it's kind of interesting. But number two, I just was conferring with the mayor that when it comes back from, the matter comes back from the Planning Commission with a recommendation, we will have our normally scheduled meeting the first week in November, I think is what you said. And then maybe we could have a special meeting for the second reading.
As long as it follows the due process, Council.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some rules that say you have to have X number of days in between meetings if you're considering an ordinance before you have the second one, but that is a possibility.
So just the message that I think we're all saying here is that we want to expedite this process and fully recognizing due process and all the rules and procedures that we follow, but try to expedite it in a way that can be sustained and supported and without challenge, and protect our neighbors and respect our property rights. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So that we are now.
One more thing.
Councilman Brenner.
Would it be appropriate to make an alternate motion that we establish a moratorium immediately and go forward with the fast tracking of an ordinance as quickly as possible?
If you would like to submit an alternative motion, you may.
That's
it.
it.
If we get a second and call a vote on it, then we can vote on the original.
That would be great.
Okay, so the motion made by Councilman Brenner. Is there a second?
Sorry, on what findings? I mean, this
on
is not
Beverly Hills.
No. No, you have to actually, these things are really, the more, I mean, stop me if I'm wrong here, Aaron, but like these moratoriums require actually a fairly lengthy set of findings. The code section is like this long, just the code section. So I'm trying to understand what findings would be incorporated into your motion.
So you wouldn't be able to implement a moratorium this evening. You could basically direct us to maybe come back with something with a moratorium, but you're definitely going to have the factual basis to support those findings about a threat to public health, safety, and welfare. And you'll have to make those findings. In fact, you'll have to have 6 council members make those findings because they have a super majority requirement. So that would be something that we'd have to bring back as far as the moratorium goes.
I could alter the motion to ask you to bring back that moratorium issue at our next meeting and also go forward with the rest of this so that then we can talk just about the moratorium and we can get all of the facts out there.
So I believe your motion is you're moving staff's recommendation and directing staff to bring back a moratorium at the next meeting.
Yes.
May I just make a comment before I say where I am? Other cities, I mean, we should look into what Beverly Hills did. Is that the only city that's done a moratorium? Or do we know, Mr. Georges, any other city that's done a moratorium?
Only Beverly Hills.
So we should understand what their findings were. that are really generic, if they weren't really designed against any certain kind of business or anything like that.
I do think it's important that, I honestly don't think people were aware of it at the time, and that might be the reason that they weren't challenged. But they have their findings. It wouldn't really matter what their findings are because it'd be specific to our community. So you'd have to make the findings based on what's happening in our community.
All right, so Ms. Brenner, what's your motion?
The motion is that we do bring that back to the next meeting, a moratorium, and we can have a full discussion of it. And if we find out that there's no way that we can do it, then we'll know, but we will have discussed it in full and gotten the research at the same time. And in the meantime, we go forward with the motion as it was stated.
But just have two parallel paths, in other words. Well, I'll support your motion.
Okay, let's vote on Councilwoman Brenner's motion.
So just to be clear, because I want to do just one quick discussion on that, I think staff time is much better spent moving forward with the code initiation than it is spent trying to create findings for the moratorium. And staff time's not infinite. We've got a ton of things going on right now. Given the high bar and the high standard of a moratorium in this case, and given that we've got to get moving on the initiation of the code, I can't support moving forward with diverting staff attention to something with a bar like this. So I'm going to be voting no, but in large part it's to make sure that we're actually moving forward with the speed that I think we should be moving on.
Can I have an alternate thought? The gentleman who was speaking, the former lawyer and administrative law judge, did you say he was? He made a very good recommendation. I mean, I don't know, you many times consult with our outside attorneys. Have you consulted with our outside attorneys on this?
I have not, because at this point we're just moving it forward, to have it go to the planning commission. So there's really
well, no, on the issues of do we have facts and findings that would support a moratorium?
Oh, about the moratorium. I have not consulted with anyone on that at this point.
Okay,
But I have began looking at the issue.
All right. How can I phrase this to keep things, my recommendation, to keep things moving to the Planning Commission just as we agreed? But I think we should all be informed on the moratorium criteria. Mr. O'Neill has pointed that out, that is quite extensive and detailed and specific. But we probably should really know what our options are when it comes to a moratorium now or in the future. So can you talk to an outside attorney and get some counsel on that without staff spending time, specifically the community development spending time on findings?
I think I typically consult with outside attorneys when I feel like it's necessary. I understand the moratorium process and the findings that need to be made fairly well, and so I'm not sure if there's a need to consult with outside counsel on this particular point. But it's something we can look at if there's direction to go forward with the moratorium. So I don't know if you want to move forward with the vote.
Well, I agree with Mr. O'Neill. I mean, staff is overloaded as it is. I know to put all this together is going to be quite extensive when we really wanted to get to the Planning Commission so they could make their decision. How would you suggest we just learn more about moratoriums? Because sometimes we may need one.
Well, the reason I support voting now is because I think you'll see clearly it's not the safe move to vote for one, so I think it's going to fail for lack of support. Then we can move forward with the original. That's my gut.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
All right. You're probably right. Okay. All right. Call the vote.
Okay, so I'll call the vote. Oh, did you want to speak some more, Councilman Brenner?
Not actually. I just wanted to clarify that one part of our action requires community development, but the other, the legal part, is really Aaron's, and he's not as involved in the community development part. So I'm not sure that it's a problem with staff time.
Yeah, I definitely think that Aaron could outsource a little staff time if we wanted to continue this discussion to a law firm. But that would be separate from community development's time.
Okay.
Let's just see what happens with this vote, I think.
And we'll be extensively involved with working with, we have limited resources as well, and we work with Simone on every single thing that they do. So, I mean, it does impact, resources in our office as well. But I did want to point out that, we kind of work hand in glove with CDD on pretty much everything that they do.
Okay, great. Let's vote.
With council members Brenner and Dixon voting yes, the motion fails 5-2.
Okay, thank you. So that leaves the original motion made by myself and seconded by Councilman O'Neill with direction to staff. If there's no other requests to speak, okay, let's vote.
That motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you. We are adjourned. And guys, do you want to kick back? Yeah, you want to kick me back? Session to after?
Whatever you want to do.
Want to do a closed session to after?
Yeah.
How long is a closed session? Oh,
It's short.
You sure?
So if you wait just a moment, the special meeting has now been adjourned. I think the mayor is going to make some comments about the regular agenda, so if you want to hold on for just a minute about the order of business.
Are they on call?
I know, I assume so. We guess get going?
Oh, no, believe it or not, there's no public comment on special session?
We're about to open the business for the regular meeting, I think.
I've been getting lots of texts in between.
I know.
I'm sorry, closed session meeting.
So we're going to do roll call and then take public comments before closed session.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all council members are present.
Excellent. Okay, now is time for public comments on non-agenda items. If you're holding a sign, this is probably your time to come speak. This is the opportunity to speak on any items that are not on the agenda this evening. So public comments, we are open.
So if you're here to speak about the CAD, or any other issues, and it's actually agenda or non-agenda, you can come up and speak at this time.
They were waiting outside because they were asked to. So.
Okay, yeah, well, they definitely can come in now. Thanks for being considerate of capacity issues.
Yeah, I get it.
All right,
Yes,
so
if you're ready, Ms. Councilman, yeah.
Always ready.
Okay.
Good evening, and thank you to everyone for listening again. You all know why I'm here. I'm Shauna Konzelman, and I am here representing the Friends of Newport Harbor group. I would like to state our position on different issues that have been brought up by the city, and the first is we've had a lot of people sending mail around, emails around, specifically naming me in different positions, and I just wanted to clear the record on what we really do stand for, not what they say we stand for. So I call this Let's Be Clear. The Friends of Newport Harbor are without a doubt pro, responsible, and sustainable dredging. We are not anti-dredging. Regardless of what is implied by the city, the dredging can happen without a CAD, and any federal funds received to support dredging in Newport do not need to be on a CAD, spent on a CAD. The federal government is required to maintain the federal channels. That is a fact. It is also a fact that if the city of Newport Beach places an 8-acre CAD in the middle of our clean, recreational, residential anchorage, the size of 6 football fields, that area can never be dredged again. In my personal opinion, that's anti-dredging right there. The massive CAD will be required to be monitored at an astronomical expense to Newport Beach taxpayers during construction and for years after the project ends. The city is not putting sand on the beach. Dredged material is going outside the jetties with the hope and prayer that it ends up on the beach at some point. This does nothing to help the sand erosion on our local beaches. Sand on the beaches helps erosion, not sand in the surf zone. Besides being in a public anchorage where large vessels travel with reverse thrust engines used for maneuvering and drop large anchors, the massive dump site directly borders the federal channel now that the size has been enlarged massively, 590 square feet, causing concern for stability on both sides of the CAD. As the only side containment of the toxins is a thin wall of existing sediment, further, for over 2 years, only a 1 foot of sand will protect people from the toxins the city consolidated in the middle of the bay. The CAD project has been represented to homeowners as an answer to their problems with dredging due to toxic materials in front of their waterfront homes, often DDT. The city has claimed that the CAD will be a place where they can dispose of their contaminated sediment. The reality is that the city application to the California Coastal Commission, CDP 5210640, Exhibit 4, page 45 to 49, does not guarantee this. Rather, the city is planning to prioritize public and private marinas and businesses who will have precedent over homeowners. And after that, homeowners may be allowed to dump if there is space, and after permits and testing are complete, provided by the homeowner, and findings are within the limits allowable in the CAD. So to close, when toxic or unsuitable materials are left in the water, they remain toxic. When those same materials are placed on land and mitigated, they are no longer harmful, which is why the EPA and the local regulators prefer out-of-water locations to store contaminated materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Susan Lockard, and I just have a statement. The city says this project will improve the harbor environment. The actual facts. In 2010, the city developed a harbor area management plan. which recommended the city develop a water quality model to simulate hydrodynamic conditions within Newport Bay. This was never done. While it is likely that dredging will help with water flow in general, any linkage to back bay channels is not supported by any data or modeling by the city. Further, it is the concentration of contaminants within sediment that is making this sediment unsuitable, formerly toxic, changed to unsuitable, for offshore disposal. In some cases, mercury alone is 2 to 4 times the regulatory limit. Therefore, suggesting these are low levels of contaminants is not accurate, or else the sediment could go offshore. But it cannot, because it is contaminated with toxins that include mercury, PCBs, and DDT. And I would encourage you, if you have not yet researched what kind of birth defects and cancers those toxic items do to the human body, I would really encourage you to please do your homework. The Army Corps is only dredging the federal channels, so there are large areas of the bay that will have sediment that can be suspended in the water column. Based on available data, some of the worst sediment in Newport Bay is near people's homes, and this program is not dredging there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. The city has said that in-harbor material disposal is an EPA-supported method of properly managing sediment that contains pollutants. In actual fact, the preferred method for storing contaminated material is to take it out of the water. A CAD is generally used in a port, in a commercial harbor, and almost always where other land and or other alternatives are not available, except for this project. This is the first CAD in a recreational harbor with the variety of contact recreation activities that exist in Newport Bay. And the city has offered no evidence that they looked at any other options besides burying the sediment in the middle of our bay. Roughly the size of Bay Island, the CAD will be less than 500 feet away from people's homes, under a half mile from a marine protected area, and less than 1,200 feet from the kids' beach at Bay Shores. The EPA did not suggest that a CAD was suitable for Newport Bay. Our city public works department did. I reviewed your meeting minutes from May 2021 when you passed the resolution for the CAD. You, the city council, were told that there were other options, but that you needed to pass it right now to keep this moving forward. You passed it saying that you would continue to consider other options that were then being explored at the behest of many concerned homeowners. You have a duty to do that because there are other viable options, and that will not hurt our bay or cost our taxpayers money in infinitum for leasing the land where the CAD is supposed to be. The point here is, if something's not suitable for our ocean, it's certainly not suitable for our bay. I appreciate your attention to this.
Thank you, Ms. Beck. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. I'm Philip Thompson. I'm a very active sailor in Newport Harbour. I average sailing 3 to 4 times per week most of the year round, so I'm out there all the time. I'm a member of 3 yacht clubs, Newport Harbour, Bahia, Corinthian, and former Commodore of Lido Isle Yacht Club. I'm opposed to the CAD. I believe the city does not realize the impact this will have. The CAD is in the most active sailing area of the harbour. Do you know there's 100 high school sailors that use that area of the harbour 4 times a week? There's hundreds of Sabbat kid sailors on that area over and over again, weekly, monthly. There's 60 to 100 Harbour 20 sailors on there 3 to 4 times per week in parts of the year. There's the American Legion Yacht Club has hundreds of sailors using that part of the harbour through the summer. Bahia Corinthian runs races there on Tuesday nights. There's hundreds of sailors using it as well. The CAD will be a major impact to that sailing through that time. I believe there are other options that have not been exhausted yet. I know Palmer Lucky has good plans, but I personally know that there's a golf course development on plans on top of an old landfill. Why can't we transport the soil up there? We can barge it up the back bay, load it onto trucks, and take it up the hill. It's not that far away. It's a landfill. Bottom line, the CAD is going to affect thousands of people, not just once, but over and over again for many years. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Deborah Klein. The city says the CAD would provide a confined location for harbor bottom sediment that is now exposed to the environment. Actual facts. Undoubtedly, the most important part of the CAD design is the clean material that is going to be the final layer that isolates the contaminants from the environment. The city has yet to identify this critical cover material, leaving it as to be determined part of the CAD design. For at least 2 years, the consolidated contaminants in the middle of the lower Newport Bay will be covered by an extremely thin 1-foot layer of sand, significantly less than the recommended 3-foot cap thickness of the final layer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name is Grace Hobbs. I'm a Newport Beach resident, and I wanted to read a little bit about what the city's told us and what the actual facts are. The dredging plan is subject to the rigorous environmental analysis and the approval by multiple outside agencies. The city's rigorous environmental analysis was a single sampling event in 2019. For a proposal as significant as burying contaminants near people's homes, one sampling event was conducted by the city. While never individually testing the contaminated material for its effects on water quality or toxicity of laboratory animals, the city self-certifies their environmental analysis through their local coastal program, LCP. Therefore, non-elected and non-technical harbor commissioners working in concert with Public Works staff recommended the approval of the Environmental Impact Report, EIR, to the City Council, who, while may be skilled at building boats, are not experts in sediment management or dredging. The rigorous process by the city indulged using a singular consultant who employed former regulators as staff and was solely used to design, draft, sample plan, and permit this effort. The Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Board has reviewed this project and recommended multiple days per week of monitoring and water samples for metals, PCBs, DDT, etc. The city's monitoring plan included 0 samples and a 1 time per week spot check. The regional board monitoring requirements and the city's EIR monitoring recommendations are diametrically opposed to each other, highlighting the city's deliberate underestimate of impacts to the environment when preparing the EIR. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hobbs. Next speaker, please.
My name is Bill, and I'd like to speak a little bit more informally here. I'm a local resident who has a question for you. I spent a tremendous amount of my time, just within a year, asking the city as to why they invested so much time, so much money, so much effort to clean up a toxic weed in China Cove, shutting down activity for an extensive period of time. Now, my question is, only because I'm confused, we invested the research. We invested in the research so many times to find out what's going on with that weed that's toxic. And then I find out through my friends that you're going to put a toxic CAD in the water.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Sandy McDougall. I'm a resident of Newport Beach. Been here a long time. I do not want a CAD disposal in the harbor. Any good plan should be able to withstand a thorough review. We've heard a lot about the CAD tonight. I just want to make sure you understand our position that we please vote to give the California Coastal Commission an additional 90 days to review this toxic proposal that can affect the lives of everyone who uses the harbor.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Next speaker, please.
First, I'd like to start by thanking Duffy Duffield for bringing us all together here tonight. My sister is a wildlife biologist, and she's just thrilled that a conservative Republican like myself has become an activist and an advocate for the environment. So, thank you, Duffy. I really do believe that Duffy's heart was in the right place when he went to Washington, D.C. to get the money for the dredging. But now, after watching Washington, D.C. spend money like drunken sailors, it's clear that he could have asked for 5 or maybe 10 times as much money. It's clear to all of us that there's no limit to their spending. So this argument that if we don't approve the CAD, Diane, that we will lose the federal funding is just a total load of BS. In fact, you could say it's a load of toxic sludge. So what do we do now? It's up to the people. Everyone here in this room and everyone watching on the live stream, we need you to go to the Friends of Newport Harbor website. That's www.friendsofnewportharbor.org, and sign up and send a message to your city council member and register your opposition to this load of garbage, and urge them to give the California Coastal Commission 90 days to review this disastrous proposal. Then we need you, once you've signed up, to enlist one of your friends and family. As you all heard Shauna, she was just one person that became aware of this. Most of Newport Beach don't even know that this is a proposal. That 1 became 2, and 2 became 4, and now here we are. This is the one time your participation counts. This is the power of 1, and together we can do this. In 2 weeks, Tuesday, October 11th, we will all be right back here marching on City Hall again, where we will hold these city councilmen accountable. And it will be revealed which of these council members are beholden to lobbyists and special interests, and which ones are on the side of the environment, the residents, and the people. So once again, go to www.friendsofnewportharbor.org and send a message to your councilman. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. Plan to speak on this item or any other non-agenda item, please come forward now, and you can form 2 lines at the opposing podiums.
David Rhodes, 110 Viaquito. I've written you before, but I just want to state that it appears to me from the start that the city staff has been solely focused on the one solution, the CAD. And I understand that you have been misled, or I believe that you have been misled by that, mostly by omission of the facts or skewing of the facts. But make no mistake, it's going to come back to you as a case study. This is the first time we put a CAD in a harbor like this, residential harbor, so close. And at the end of the day, whether it goes in or doesn't go in, it will be a case study on what to do. And I pray that you don't approve this because, or the coastal doesn't approve this, because I don't feel that it's going to come back very good on you. It's going to reflect very good on this city, which I love. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. Any other individuals wishing to speak? Okay, now close. Yes, Mr. Kinney.
Honorable Mayor Muldoon, members of the City Council, my name is Bill Kenny, and I'm here this evening representing the Newport Harbor Foundation. The Newport Harbor Foundation was created for the purpose of preserving, protecting, and enhancing Newport Harbor for the benefit of the City of Newport Beach, the homeowners on or near the bay, the commercial operators in the bay, and the recreational users of the bay. The Foundation's founders, contributors, and members are made up of individuals and businesses who have a long history of using and enjoying the harbor and a vested interest in its enhancement and preservation for use by current and future generations. Wow, you've heard a lot this evening. You've certainly heard from the vocal minority. Now you get to hear from the silent majority. First of all, thank you for being steadfast in your support and approval of the dredging and CAD project. And thanks to our great staff and to Councilmember Duffield for all of their efforts to bring this to fruition. There can be no more studies, reports, or analyses. Every federal, state, regional, and local agency with an interest in this project has had an opportunity to weigh in on the project. You've certified the environmental impact report. The dredging project will remove unsuitable materials that are currently already in the bay. For the record, the material in question is solely unsuitable for depositing in a federal deposit site offshore. According to the EPA, this material is not harmful to humans, and it is not harmful to the vertebrates and invertebrates in the harbor today. City Council doesn't need to do anything this evening but stay the course. Soon the last approval will be in hand, and we can benefit from the project that will finally bring the harbor to its design depth, enhance flushing, and significantly enhance the water quality. Know this evening that the members of the Newport Harbor Foundation and the silent majority of your constituents do stand behind you in your steadfast support of this critical project.
Thank you. All right, looking like there's no other speakers on this item. Mr. Harp, do you have a closed session announcement?
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon. The City Council will adjourn to closed session to meet with labor negotiators regarding negotiations with Newport Beach City Employee Association and the Newport Beach Professional and Technical Employee Association. Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned, and we are adjourning until a time pushed back. We will be adjourned until 6:20, and we'll see you then.
We attended the Newport Beach Junior Lifeguard Building groundbreaking, and that should be done by Memorial Day, just in time for our JGs next year to be in a new building. I'm really excited about that one. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I have been sitting on this County of Orange Executive Watershed Committee for 8 years, and this last week was my last meeting, and what we deal with is all the trash, vegetation, and sediment that makes its way from the Saddleback Mountain to us, and that involves around 6 cities, and you know who they are, Santa Ana, Lake Forest, all of them. Anyway, my job in the last 8 years has been to be a thorn in their side, to make sure that all they can do to limit and reduce the amount of pollutants and trash and vegetation that come to us. You don't think that's a big deal, but it is, and they have done a fabulous job. I want to report that our bay used to silt up on every rain event, and boats running aground, and we get pollutants in the fine-grained sediment as a result of it. Today, for the last several years, 6 or 7, we have seen virtually almost zero sediment. Now, it hasn't rained much, which is what brings it down, but we're very confident that they have control on this now, especially the algae, if you will recall. I don't know if you all know this, but the bay every summer turns bright green. That went away as well. So this outfit has done a fabulous job, and they don't need me. They're all a bunch of biologists who work their tails off and just report to us. But whoever takes my place on this dais here, I want you to know that your job needs to be, it's very important, to be a pain in their side, a thorn in their side, so that we don't experience in the future any more silting up of our bay. And that is a boring report, but it's true, and I'm glad I got to be part of it, and I'm very proud of that they have accomplished what they've accomplished. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Duffy. Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple things. Last Monday, we had an aviation committee meeting, and again, a lot of good volunteer efforts of our committee members. Our next meeting is October 17th. So I encourage any interested people to discuss our issues on John Wayne Airport and general aviation and commercial air traffic. Yesterday, we had a meeting for the local residents on the peninsula related to snowy plover management plan that staff has submitted to the Coastal Commission. We had a lot of good input, and we intend to keep communicating with the Coastal Commission. Last Sunday at Spyglass, it was a wonderful annual picnic. Wonderful residents all come together and have a great time, so I was glad I was there. And the fire and lifeguard dinner honoring our first responders and hearing the stories of the heroic efforts of our firefighters, our lifeguards, and police in some cases came together. It's really remarkable. We have wonderful lifeguards and firefighters and police that we salute every day. And today was the landmark, groundbreaking, long-awaited junior lifeguard facility, and Graham Harvey, the president, I guess, of the Junior Lifeguard Foundation, and I first started talking about this project at his behest. He came to me when I was newly elected in 2015, after the first of the year, and he's been pushing for it ever since. And the concept that we both came up with, I said it sounds like a great idea, but it must be a public and private effort. And true to his word, these many years later, they have raised the private funds, the city has matched those funds, and this magnificent, simple but magnificent junior lifeguard headquarters that will serve other purposes, community purposes, recreational purposes, beyond the summer months where the junior lifeguards will be there. It will be a fantastic addition to the Balboa Peninsula, so I'm very proud of it. So hats off to Graham Harvey and his foundation board. And it's a magnificent example of public and the public sector and the private sector and residents who care coming together to improve our city and invest in our city. And Sunday, I thought I had this on my notes, I have to remember this. There is a concert on the green at Marina Park. Is it 4 p.m.? Yes. And so Stony what? Stone Soul. So outside the last concert of the summer season, so please come to Marina Park at 4 o'clock on Sunday. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Brenner.
Yes, in addition to some of the other events already mentioned, the last concert here at the Civic Green was the Fabulous Four, and oh my gosh, it was so much fun. And the place was filled, and everybody was singing and standing and waving their lights around. It was really a special time. So I feel good about our projects when we have attendance like that. I also wanted to mention I'm on mosquito and vector control. We had a meeting, but I really want to emphasize that if you're seeing a lot of mosquitoes around your home, call the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control, because they will come out and do a free inspection. Diane, did you ever get them to do yours?
You know, I haven't had a chance, but we do it. Mosquitoes, flies. A lot of people are talking about flies because of the organic storage.
Well, I have to say on the flies, I asked Dave Webb at our my last town hall meeting about the flies, and we're hearing so much on Nextdoor and others about how many flies there are, and they're blaming the organics recycling trash cans that we have. But I have to say that 10 years ago, my daughter was giving a bridal shower, and we had an infestation of flies that was worse than it's been this year. So I don't know if we can blame it all on the organics containers. But anyway, I also wanted to mention that I have, along with Jim Mosier and Tom Miller, and are there any other candidates in the audience? We've done about 300 candidate forums in the last month. So we actually, I think it's number 10 or 11, but the last one is on Wednesday night. It's the Corona Del Mar Residents Association Candidate Forum at Oasis. I believe the meeting itself starts at 6, but candidates are there to mingle with people from about 5 o'clock on. So that's one thing. And let's see, I just wanted to say, I don't know how many public-private partnerships we had in the city before your council came on, but you guys have really taken it to a new level, and I think it's given us some projects that we might not have had otherwise, and I just really have to say thank you for that, because that really grew substantially during your term.
Yeah.
Eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Avery.
Thank you. I also attended the Fire and Lifeguard Appreciation Dinner and the Junior Lifeguard Building groundbreaking this afternoon. Both were great events and reminders of, all the skills in the city to bring us to this point where we broke ground on this center on the Junior Lifeguard Building. And just what great personnel we have on our fire department, and how thankful we all are for them. Trust me, if you need them, they are incredible. So I think they're the best anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Blanc.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a great time at a lot of events going on for the last couple of weeks, but I'm going to cede my time to the few people that are actually out in the audience today that look like they might want to have something to say to us as well. There's just a couple of them tonight. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Dixon, I believe you wanted to add something else?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, if anyone is interested in the private efforts to raise money, continue to raise money, the Junior Lifeguard Foundation is still taking contributions to create an operating fund and just programming. So let me just take note. Their website where you can make a donation is NB, Newport Beach, NBJGFoundation.org, NBJGFoundation.org, and they'd welcome your support. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also attended the Fire and Lifeguard Appreciation Dinner, very moving event. And you'll see behind me the ceremony today that also had the foundation participating in, as well as Parks, Beach, and Recreation, and Planning Commissioner Eric Wygan, who voted on it, Planning Commission. And here you are. You have everyone here except for Duffy, who is giving the staff at the Watershed Board a hard time instead. But it was enjoyable. And the sand they put on the concrete, but obviously it's not going to be in the lot. It's going to be behind it. It's going to be really great for our younger generation. Two more slides, I believe. Welcome to Aquatrax. Okay, this is a new way to see how much daily use you're getting for your water. Listen about water leaks and water use alerts. To learn more, go to nbca.gov/water use. And one more slide. We have a general plan advisory committee. We're requiring applicants for 30 positions, I believe. The applications are due 9/28 at tomorrow at noon. Please submit your application at newportbeachca.gov/vacancy. And lastly, we don't have a slide for this, but we're going to be kicking off the first annual Renew Newport Love Newport Beach Volunteer Day. And we're going to be engaging in many activities throughout the city with hopefully will be eventually hundreds of volunteers. It's going to be October 15th. We'll be meeting here at City Hall at 9 a.m. and we're reaching out to churches and Rotary clubs and any groups who want to participate in beach and park cleanups, helping assist people who maybe have homes they need upgraded, but perhaps due to their age or financial situation they can't improve their homes, reaching out to homeless, and generally just doing things that are good for our community. Okay. So now we will go on to matters with council members have asked to be placed on the future agenda. So there's only one from myself, actually. Consider creating a 3-member ad hoc citizens advisory committee consisting of residents with backgrounds in public safety and criminal justice to address residential burglary concerns and advise neighborhoods on preventative measures. So please raise your hands if you support this.
That's 7-0.
Okay, thank you, my colleagues. Madam Clerk, please read the notice regarding public comments on consent calendar.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 14. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
Thank you. Councilman O'Neill, do you have any items to pull from the consent calendar related to items 1 through 14?
No, but Grace and I noticed on item 11 for the funding source, right now the funding source is just regular general fund money. We have a public benefits fund that we've used in past years for this. So I'd like us to, because that's the quasi-restricted fund that comes out of the Visit Newport Beach fund. So I'd like to change that funding source back to what it has been in previous years, which is the public benefits fund, which would return the general fund's money back into the fund balance. So I'd like that to be the alteration item 11. Thanks.
Right, we'll incorporate that in the motion. Okay, Councilman Duffield. Thank you. Councilwoman Dixon?
I have none.
Councilman Brenner? Councilman Avery?
I have none.
Mayor Pro Tem Blum?
I have none.
And I'd like to lodge 2 no votes on items 3 and 8, and recusal on item 6 due to a potential business conflict related to wireless communication devices installed at that location. Okay, so do we have a...
I have a motion.
We have a motion?
Thank you. I'd like to move the balance of the consent calendar, noting the changes to the minutes, a no vote lodged by the mayor on 3 and 8, as well as a recusal due to business interests, and an amendment from Mr. O'Neill for funding source on 11.
Great, I'll second. Okay, public comments on the consent calendar. That has nothing to do with tennis. This is everything but pickleball and tennis. Please come forward.
That will be the long one. Mayor and council members, Denise Oberman. I'm here to comment on the item number 5 in the consent calendar relative to a proposed resolution to assert to the state the city's is wanting to have additional oversight and enforcement relative to group residential uses. We support that and appreciate the council's position there. In discussion with community members, we're a little unclear as to whether this represents a punt for the city not to address regulation, or is this simply an assertion? So I would request some clarification. And if we can just get some simple clarification, is this just a statement of position? Is that relative to the state, or is it Is it intended to say that we're not going to be moving forward with the process of review and revision of the ordinances?
So just briefly, I think that ultimately what we're asking the state to do is return all local authority to the city to allow us to regulate every type of
Yes.
group home facility.
Okay, so it's just not intended to be in lieu of the process that the city's got underway as far as? Could you
Absolutely
clarify
not.
that, please? Okay, thank you very much. Then I won't move forward with the other comments that I had planned. You've got those in writing. For those of you that wanted the court documents substantiating what I've said as far as there being no active court positions relative to the application or enforcement of integral facilities, I believe I've given that evidence to the council, so there shouldn't be any question there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, please come forward.
Hi, my name's Kelly Carlson, and I am the president of the Balboa Village Merchant Association. And I just wanted to thank you and city staff, and especially code enforcement, for everything they've been doing with code enforcement over this summer. I don't know how many of you know, we have a huge problem with the beach vendors and street vendors, and John Murray and his team have been amazing this summer in responding to my concerns, other merchants' concerns, and so I just want to thank all of you for tonight for giving them the opportunity to now have that as permanent position so that we can protect our small mom and pop businesses down in Balboa Village and keep out the bad businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Yes.
Mayor and City Council, Mayor Pro Tem Blum, Councilman Brenner, Councilman Avery, Councilman Diane Dixon, Councilman Duffield, and Councilman Will O'Neill, thank you for your support of the sculpture exhibition, Phase 8 in our Museum Without Walls. Thank you for your immense support this year for all of the concerts, which have probably been providing concerts in excess of 40,000 residents in the city with all 5 concerts. Thank you for your support of the upcoming Newport Beach Art Exhibition and our wonderful art exhibitions in the Lobby Gallery in the Central Library. We also appreciate your coming to our events and being so involved in participating and hosting. And we'd like to thank each and every one of you. And Commissioner Vice Chair Maureen Flanagan is here with me this evening, who also thanks you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for providing this for the community.
Thank you, Chair Greer and Vice Chair Flanagan. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, on to the hearing. Oh, actually, bring it back here for a vote. Seeing no request to speak from the dais, let's vote.
Councilmember Brenner and O'Neill. Oh, okay, okay, go ahead. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, now it's time for public comments on non-agenda items. That's not, again, related to pickleball or tennis. That's items that are not on the agenda this evening. If you wish to speak on a non-agenda item, please come forward now. Okay, seeing none, let's move on to public hearings. Item number 15 is ordinance related to the tennis club at Newport Beach project amendment. Simone?
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon and City Council members. Simone Georges, your Community Development Director. With me is David Lee, who's our Associate Planner, and Mr. Jim Campbell, who's our Deputy Director. Tonight's item is an amendment to existing entitlements for the tennis club at Newport Beach. We do have a very short presentation, about 10 slides, that David can go ahead and share. And then the applicant, Mr. Robert O'Hill, is here too. He has a very brief presentation too. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Lee.
Good evening. My name is David Lee with the Planning Division. I will be presenting this tennis club at Newport Beach project amendment. I'll start out with the project location. It's located on East Coast Highway, 1602 East Coast Highway, and it's a 7-acre site. As you can see, it's located in between East Coast Highway and Granville, which is a residence to the north. It's adjacent to the Newport Beach Country Club golf course and clubhouse. The subject site is currently improved with a tennis club, which includes tennis courts and pickleball courts, as well as a tennis clubhouse and parking lot. The general plan designates the site as mixed-use horizontal and parks and recreation. Staff has analyzed the proposed amendment pursuant to Charter Section 423 and City Council Policy A18 and has determined that there is no vote of the electorate that is required. In terms of zoning, the site is designated as PC 47, which is the Newport Beach Country Club Planned Community text. This project originally was approved by the City Council on March 27th of 2012. It included 3 components: the tennis club, the hotel, and the residential component. For the tennis club, the City Council authorized the reconstruction of the tennis clubhouse and the reduction of tennis courts from 24 courts to 7 courts. For the hotel component, which are known as the bungalows, the council approved a 27-room boutique hotel, which includes a concierge guest center and a spa and fitness center. And finally, for the residential component, 5 detached single-family residences as part of the project. This is a table that compares the previously approved project and the proposed amendment before you tonight. As you can see, the 3 components remain the same: tennis, hotel, and residential. There is no change to the clubhouse. However, the applicant is proposing 1 additional tennis court for a total of 8 courts. For the hotel, the applicant is proposing to add 14 hotel rooms for a total of 41 rooms. There's no change to the approved ancillary uses of the hotel, but the applicant is proposing to add a performance therapy center, yoga pavilion, administrative offices, and common area as part of the hotel use. And finally, the applicant is proposing to convert 3 of the 5 detached single-family residences into attached condominiums. So there will still be 5 residential units on site. Just a quick comparison of the previous approved site plan and the proposed. In the yellow there's 1 additional tennis court for a total of 8 courts. There are 14 more hotel rooms that are scattered throughout the project in these locations highlighted in yellow, as well as in these loft buildings, which include hotel as well as the attached condominiums. And finally, the detached residential component, which are the two lots there in yellow. And I'd like to point out that the overall footprint of the project does not expand with this amendment. So these are the project entitlements that are required for the project to be approved. I'd just like to highlight this. It includes a development agreement, which is an amendment to the originally approved agreement. This is for an additional 10-year term extension. It also includes a general plan amendment, local coastal program amendment, and a planned community text amendment. In terms of CEQA, there was an addendum that was prepared to the 2012 Mitigated Negative Declaration, or MND, by the Chambers Group. The conclusion of this addendum is that the proposed amendment project does not result in any new significant impacts or additional mitigation measures. And our consultants are on site tonight at the hearing if need be. Finally, staff would like to propose a modified condition, condition number 6, to read as the following. Prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the tennis clubhouse and spa and fitness center, if the tennis courts are to be used for a joint use with pickleball or other use, the property owner and/or facility operator shall first comply with any and all City of Newport Beach General Plan, Municipal Code, or other applicable requirements. So staff is recommending that the City Council conduct a public hearing and approve the tennis club at Newport Beach project amendment. I'd like to point out that if approved by the Council, this project requires approval by the California Coastal Commission, since there is a local coastal program amendment. So just to let you know that. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Lee. Before we go to the applicant to speak, do you have any questions of staff from the dais? You do, yes, Councilman O'Neill.
Yeah. Could you just, I know that there's a lot of people in here wondering about pickleball, tennis court, conversion, drawings, plans, specifications, et cetera. Right now, the plans show tennis courts. They could at some point be converted to pickleball courts if the applicant wanted to apply in for that, as I understand item 6. But it's not the city that is prohibiting pickleball courts as part of this application, correct?
That's correct, Councilmember O'Neill. The applicant did submit an application for tennis courts, and that's what we've processed and reviewed and did the CEQA analysis for.
Okay. Anyone have the rackets today for your pickleball? Anyone have? If anyone has an extra one, I will hold it up when I vote. So.
Okay, this evening we're going to treat it like it's Wimbledon, not pickleball court yet. We'll ask for quiet in the stands, and you can celebrate after if you decide to. Okay, Mr. O'Hill, do you have a presentation?
I do. Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm Robert O'Hill. I am the managing, the managing owner of Newport Beach Country Club Planned Community District, which includes both the golf club and the tennis club. We've been at this a long time. This has been a 31-year voyage. Back in 1991, when Orange County went broke, Rockefeller Center went broke, there was a lot of real estate problems. We had the opportunity, I was offered the opportunity to buy the golf club and the tennis club. And I went to Alan Feinbarg and Arnold Fierstein, two people that I've known for a long time, who expressed interest in investing with me in a project that I was doing. And I said, hey, I got one. So I'm the managing owner. We did it as an owner in common agreement, but it's structured after a limited partnership agreement. So the agreement gives me a lot of authority, but just like most limited partnership agreements, there's certain major decisions that require a supermajority. So I own 50%, but to lease the property, to sell the property, or to put a loan on the property requires 70 or 75%. One of my two co-owners to go along with me. So when I first started down the path, we quickly did a new lease with the golf club. I think it was 70 years. They had something like 12 years left on their lease. So the golf club owner and the members were very happy. And then we approached IBC that had the IBC Racket Club. That's what it was called at the time. They said, no, we're not interested in any new lease. Tennis isn't as popular as it used to be. Matter of fact, when our lease is up, we want out. So I came up with an early Plan B before the current Plan B. And I went to Patty Temple, who was planning director of the city of Newport Beach, and I said, gee, tennis isn't as good as it used to be. This is zoned open space. Can we do some residential maybe? She said, I don't think so. You better go talk to the Coastal Commission. I went down and talked to the Coastal Commission. I can't remember right now the woman that I met with. She told me that the Coastal Commission wanted a youth hostel. I said, gee, the members aren't going to like that. And I said, what else can we do? She said, visitor serving use and maintain the recreational use. So I came back and worked with architects, and I came up with a plan for bungalows and a new fitness center and tennis clubhouse and preserving the 7 tennis courts. Then I went to Alan Arnold, told them my strategy. They said, go get them. That sounds great to us. We support you 100%. I met with the golf members, and the golf members said, you know, we like one-story, your one-story bungalows on the golf course, and we don't like the tennis courts on the golf course. I said, great. And I went to Granville, and they said, we don't like the tennis courts, and we love your one-story bungalows on the golf course, replacing the tennis courts. I said, great. I went to the tennis members. They said, you mean we get a new tennis clubhouse to replace this broken down locker room that we have, and we get 8 tennis courts preserved for 70 years? Sounds good to us. So I got their support, the golf members' support, Irvine Terrace, Granville, and we went through a citywide general plan amendment that managed to pass. I like to believe that it was through the efforts of the golf members, tennis members, and Granville, as well as Hoag Hospital, who had they were the big gorilla in the movement. After we got that approved, we went through a PC zoning, Newport Beach Country Club Planned Community District under CEQA and the city ordinances. It had to be comprehensive, coordinated, cohesive planning. We planned it with the golf club. The golf club got a much bigger clubhouse so they could host events, which resulted in the fantastic, game-changing golf clubhouse that's there now, thanks to the pickups and Eagle 4. And then we got a coastal plan permit, a development agreement, got it all set, and Alan and Arnold died, and I inherited the son and son-in-law. And the son didn't see it the way his father did. He wanted the courts gone and residential, single-family apartments, anything but tennis courts and a new clubhouse and whatever. I said, gee, that's what we promised in order to get a higher and better use, and the tug-of-war began. We went to Judge Fromholtz. They tried to remove me as managing owner. Judge Fromholtz reaffirmed my authority to continue to process. He also reaffirmed me as the managing owner and basically ruled that Alan and Arnold had approved the plan. Not that they really needed to approve the plan, but they had approved the plan. When the plan had 5 single-family lots that had to be sold, got a buyer for those lots. My co-owner said no. We went to another arbitration with Judge King this time. And Judge King said, you know, the owner in common agreement says very clearly that you bought this property to own, hold, maintain, and lease. It doesn't say you bought it to sell. So therefore, their objection to selling 5 single-family lots to a home builder is reasonable, even though Alan and Arnold approved it. We lost. Then he said, but if you come back with a lease, they have to be objectively reasonable in approving that lease. So we had to go to Plan B, take out the 5 single-family homes. But it was a blessing in disguise because we increased the number of guest hotel units from 28 to 41 or 42. All the hotel people that I had approached before that were interested wanted more units. They wanted economy of scale. So now we came back with 41 or 42 units, 3 condominium penthouses, and 2 small houses, all on leasehold ground. So it's all a lease. And now 8 tennis courts, 1 more tennis court. So I'm going to kind of show you Plan B. See if I can get this right. The clubhouse, no change. The fitness center and spa, no change. The hotel and bungalows and lofts, we got 14 bungalows and lofts for a total of 41. We got a hotel office, a performance therapy that's been added, a yoga pavilion that's been added. Down under residential, we have 3 single-family homes that were removed and 3 penthouse condominiums that were added. In parking, we have 38 surplus parking stalls plus 30 weekday from Corporate Plaza West. So we have 68 extra parking stalls. And then we have 554 weekend and holiday parking, non-exclusive, over Corporate Plaza West. So we've got a lot of parking, a lot of surplus parking for pickleball courts. This is the view from the new game-changing $58 million golf clubhouse of what it would look like. In the front are the 1-story bungalows. Behind is the 3-story lofts with tuck-under parking that acts like a barrier from where the pickleball or tennis courts are and the golf course in Granville. So it's sound attenuation. We've had sound experts. We've designed it to be that. And this is what the new loft looks like. Tuck-under parking, 3 stories above. This unit on the top, whoops, I went forward, used the wrong device. The unit on the top is a penthouse that's huge. that has views of boats coming in and out of Newport Harbor. That's the ground floor with the parking. That's that gigantic penthouse that's like 5,800 square feet. This is the clubhouse and spa and fitness center that's been through 3 plan checks with the city of Newport Beach, the construction drawings. Of course, it needs an update to the new California building code, but hopefully that'll go quickly. So it's almost permit ready. It's ready to be built. Sorry?
Is that pool? Excuse me. Is that a pool?
Sorry?
Is that blue? Is that a pool? Swimming pool?
Yes, there's a lap pool.
Is that already there? The one that's already there?
No, that's going
This
to be
is new.
built. That's to be built.
Okay, thank you.
Little cabana place for people that are going to swim laps. That's for the fitness trainers. That's the new state-of-the-art locker room, replacing the 60-year-old locker room that you would be afraid to change your shoes in. There's the spa and the fitness center. It's going to be very cool, very world-class. We have the support of our neighbors at the golf club, Eagle 4 Partners, Corey Kramer. Pass out the letters. Corey Kramer wrote us a letter, and I won't read the whole thing, but it says, Newport Beach Country Club is aligned with the tennis club in opposing high-density apartments on the tennis property. As I told Robert O'Hill and you recently, the minor amendment to the tennis property entitlement for the boutique hotel use, showing 42 visitor-serving bungalows and lofts with 3 penthouse condominiums and 2 villa single-family homes on leasehold hand, is a beautiful project. Then Corey goes on to say, we are also keenly interested in continuing to explore the opportunity that may arise from the development of the hotel and the residential portion of the tennis property. We've been meeting with Corey right along. Eagle 4 is the logical developer of the hotel property. I would very much like to see them do it. Corey has this term sheet. He has this lease that's been negotiated a number of times. He's 4 Seasons, and the pickups are in first position. If they don't step up, we have hotel consultants and hotel brokers and a list of world-class hotel operators. Everybody from, see if I can find some of the names here. Rick Caruso, he's running for mayor, by the way. Not your spot, Kevin.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
But he did Rosewood Miramar, and he is very interested in doing a hotel in Newport Beach. He's also on the board of directors of the Irvine Company. Rancho Valencia down in Rancho Santa Fe, they have a little boutique hotel that really this one's kind of patterned after. Very COVID-friendly, no hotel lobbies. You walk into your little bungalow, you get a little kitchen, a couple bedrooms, maybe 3 bedrooms. So they're a logical. Bob Olson, the Lido House. Auberge, they are very interested. They did Napa Valley, Cholino Bay, Esperanza, and they have the Hotel Jerome in Aspen. So this is going to be a world-class hotel with the tennis and pickleball and fitness and an amazing spa, performance therapy. It's amazing. And it brings $1.3 million a year, according to our consultant, to the city of Newport Beach in tax revenue. Brings visitors that are going to shop in Corona Del Mar and Fashion Island. And I really encourage you to follow the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve this project so we can get the show on the road. The next version of this is my co-owners have shown some flexibility. They've gone from opposing the tennis club to now supporting pickleball. So maybe when they receive the lease, I hope that the younger generation that the baton has been passed to will be reasonable in approving the lease that is good for everybody, including landlord. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. We do. Councilwoman Dixon?
Yes, Mr. O'Hill, sounds like an amazing project that will be a benefit to our city. Okay, we have a couple hundred people here, or whatever the number is. Could you just state for all of us on the record your intentions regarding the tennis courts, the existing tennis courts, future tennis courts, and pickleball?
Yes, thank you for the question. There are 28 pickleball courts that exist today. The city has no process to approve pickleball courts. So Sean was told, go out, it's okay during COVID to go out and convert your tennis courts to pickleball courts. He's done an amazing job. Sean and Grand Slam Tennis are the real deal. And they have built a pickleball club that's the biggest and most prestigious in the United States. And I say that without any hyperbole. So yes, the 28 pickleball courts are going to stay. There's going to be one center court that's called the Nick Bellatieri Center Court after Sean's father. The hotel may need a tennis court. And of course, it's our interest, it's Sean's interest, it's the pickleball's interest, the city's interest. We have no intention of removing pickleball. And when the time comes that we have to go through that process, we have traffic engineers. And the traffic engineers say that pickleball, unlike tennis, produces less parking spaces because it's a very social sport. People come with their wives, with their family, with their friends. They don't necessarily come one car at a time like they do for tennis courts. So the parking for tennis courts is 4 parking stalls per tennis court. We're hoping the pickleball will be 3.25. If it's 3.25, all 28 courts stay.
Okay, I hope everybody has heard that public commitment. So, which means you'll go through another minor amendment with the plan just to get the pickleball through the planning process.
Well, as I understand it, the agenda item, the agenda item 6 basically says, maybe you could put that up again. Can you put it up for us? Sure. I can do it. Condition 6, not agenda item 6, I'm sorry.
Go back to the condition.
One more back, whoops. So it says, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the tennis clubhouse, spa, and fitness center, if the tennis courts are to be used for joint use with pickleball or other use, the property owner or facility operator shall first comply with any and all City of Newport Beach general plan use. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to say we got 68 extra parking stalls during the week, and oh, by the way, on the weekend we have 500 or whatever it is. We have adequate parking. We'll have a traffic engineer that says we have adequate parking. So
when does that part begin?
Before the certificate of occupancy, we can begin it right away if it's all right with the city.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
Right away.
Okay. One other question. As you well know, our recently adopted housing element related to housing units, affordable and market price housing units, has been approved by HCD, the Housing and Community Development Department. And in your area of some acres is identified for zoning purposes to have additional housing units. What is your thought about adding some of helping us as a city work off that 4952 housing units that we're required to zone for?
Well, in my desire to help the city, within Newport Beach Planned Community District, there's a total of 250?
432.
Pardon?
432.
432 housing units. So we developed a spot with Eagle 4 that runs along the 3rd fairway. We call it the View at Newport Beach. There's 70 units, 70 or 72 units designated for there, where the existing of course, we have 5 at the tennis club, where the existing golf maintenance area is. There's an area that can be moved to. I think there's 100 and some odd there.
Great. All right.
We're doing our part.
You are. It was very well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Blum.
So I feel a little bit crazy here, Bob, because the last 2 times I've seen you here, the first time you were here asking to be removed from the RENA numbers for housing, correct?
Correct.
And that's when all these lovely people first came. We got to meet all the pickleball people. It was super exciting for us up here. And under the guise that we were putting these numbers in our RENA allocation, and you were saying by putting those in, we would be removing pickleball, which is why they were in a general stir, which was not accurate. We wanted to put them in and have the development do it. It's okay.
Folks, do not apply. If we're going to enter that kind of situation, I'm going to call a recess. Call a recess can be a long night. This is not a match. 1 second, Mayor.
Thanks.
This is not a sport. It's not a match. This is a place of mutual respect. Please be respectful, and please hold applause. You can wave your hands in support if you like, but we want to have a smooth meeting. Thank you.
And it's not, my reasoning is because these people showed up the first time thinking the city was trying to take pickleball. Okay? We weren't. We were looking for RENA numbers everywhere throughout our entire city to make compliance for Sacramento. And you showed up here and brought a lot of people, and I felt like maybe they didn't understand what we were trying to do. And it went through, and we kind of wandered through that piece. Came again for an extension of the development agreement. We stood up here, we agreed to an extension of the development agreement because as long as all ownership agrees on that, the city is not here to tell you what to do with your personal property. We're simply here to guide you along the way. And now we're back, and we have housing going up there in an area that just months ago we said we weren't going to do housing with. Now, none of that is actually of my concern. It's your property, and with your partners, I hope you can come to an agreement. But it has seemed like there is definitely a tumultuous feeling between the two of you, which is fine. You guys are private enterprise, and I believe you can do what you want to do with that once you figure it all out. What I'm coming to right now is this basic question. You mentioned that the plans were permit ready. How permit ready are we on these plans?
So the permit has expired, and Mr. O'Hill stated that they have to update the plans and resubmit for plan check. So I don't want to say we're starting over, but it's going to take some time to go through building department.
I've had to go through a couple of building and permit exercises in the city, and it takes a little bit of time. So my question back at this point is, if we're going to go through this process again, and you're going to go through the building and permit processing again, the development agreement has been extended by council. Why not just put the pickleball courts in now that we're saying we're going to be putting in the plan? Why move forward first with the tennis courts and then point out and amend them that we are not prepared for doing pickleball? Really, all we're asking from the city is to do a traffic study, which is standard even if I'm going to be opening a restaurant in a random place in town. I'm going to have to be required to do different things to make that happen. So if you're going to go through the process, I would really just like to see the process be as transparent to the people as possible so that they know what they're getting. And then I feel like both sides of both parties could be able to come together in what they want to do, rather than this back and forth where, I mean, honestly, Bob, I like seeing you, but I don't want to see you again up here. I don't want to go through this process where we're going back and forth with now we're here for another amendment to somehow get you pickleball where tennis was. And I think that's kind of the will of the people, and that is our job up here. It's not to listen to the will of development, it's to listen to the will of the people. And, you know, we've had a fairly packed meeting this time for all sorts of different things that I don't think any of us thought would be as controversial as they are. And I can pretty firmly say I never thought pickleball would be controversial in my entire life, or a big element of why we would be sitting up here having a conversation. So I do want to put that question back to you. Why not? The process is going to be ongoing. You're going to have to go through a full set of plans. I think concurrently running through a traffic study for why pickleball over tennis, if that's really the intention, I mean, and it's California coastal approval, which is years we know, why not now? Why are we pushing this piece forward without that secondary piece?
For 2 reasons. It's a very good question. For 2 reasons. First of all, we want to get our hotel lease done. We're going to be in front of a judge another judge, Judge Iacoga, next week to determine, or not next week, next year, to determine whether the approval of the lease is reasonable or unreasonable. So that time clock is ticking. Second of all, the city doesn't have a process for pickleball. The pickleball courts exist today. So what might happen is somebody goes out and does a study, and it's determined that 3.25 parking stalls are needed. No problem with Plan B someday when we have 38 extra stalls, but a problem today. There's only 100 parking stalls there. So we think it's best for pickleball. We think it's best for us. We support staff's idea of this condition. And I don't think the condition requires us to come back here. I think the condition just says you must comply with whatever the process and the rules that we come up with. We'll do that. And if for some reason staff says there's got to be 4 parking stalls per pickleball court, we can't have 28 pickleball courts. We either have to find 16 more parking stalls, or we have to go down to 26 pickleball courts. So this is something that traffic engineers, I call it my traffic engineer LSA. I say, do you have any data on pickleball? They go, no, that's brand new stuff. Well, don't you agree that, people come with their loved ones and their wives and husbands and family and friends, so it's less than a tennis court? They go, yeah, we agree. And then they came back and told me, we think the number's 3.25. I go, great. We got adequate parking for Plan B, not now.
So the parking study is necessary. The pickleball courts aren't permitted now by that same logic. And so the question I have to ask is, why not go through the process with the city? The city's not going to walk in and shut down your pickleball courts. They're actually trying to do the will of the people. They want you to go through the process.
That's great news.
I think...
I've been afraid of that.
Have you?
Yeah.
You've been in front of us a couple of times. I don't know how afraid you are. I think we've been talking about pickleball. You certainly weren't hiding that there were pickleball courts there, Bob. Come on. All I'm saying is we all have to go through the process. Go through the process. Make everyone happy at the same point. Work with your partners. That's all I'm asking. Compromise is the goal here. So that's all I'm going to say on the matter. I appreciate it. I'm going to cede my time to somebody else.
If I could just respond. I very much appreciate your view, and I very much understand your view. But I don't understand why the condition doesn't satisfy what you say. Councilman Dixon asked me if we were willing to go and do the parking study right now and try and meet the condition right now. The answer is yes, but please don't hold up the amendment of Plan B until the condition is met. I don't think we have to come back here. Do we have to come back when we satisfy that condition, or does the staff?
Mr. Hill, we don't know until it gets studied. And we have to look at through, don't forget, you have an MND, a mitigated neg deck that we did an addendum on. So it's 600 pages of a lot of information. So I think for your benefit, it'd be prudent that if the council wants to approve the project tonight, you go to the Coastal Commission and get that resolved. In the future, the project is approved with the tennis courts. If you want to do pickleball, we'll come back. We'll redo the study. And I don't know if there's any impacts or no impacts or less impacts. I don't know until we do the study, and that's the whole process. And then, and I'm not saying we'll have to come back here. We just don't know yet.
Okay.
Yes, Councilwoman Nixon.
Oh, okay. So let me see if I understand what we're trying to do. I think the parallel path is a good idea, but you are moving forward with this. At the current time, you have how many? You have 28 pickleball courts. No one is the city, even though they're not authorized. They appeared in the middle of the night, and we now have 28 pickleball courts. Great. And your parking seems to be adequate. I don't believe the city is going to be enforcing any kind of violation of putting up pickleball courts because we did not have a process, right?
We're not going to get in the way with the pickleball courts. From the Planning Commission hearing, we know that it is a little loud. They do have some amplified sound, so we're dealing with that as a separate enforcement issue.
But as far as their existence,
We're not going to get in front of the existing pickleball
So
courts.
for all intents and purposes, during the beginning, as you begin this phase, next phase, and completion phase, ultimately, pickleball will continue to exist on your property indefinitely, and it will be codified as you go through after you get through completion with coastal, but in parallel, you'll do your traffic study, and then you'll resolve this as you move through the planning, the final plans for your site design for the actual design construction. But pickleball will continue to exist. So everybody here who plays pickleball will continue to be playing pickleball probably for the rest of their lives is the pace of this project going forward. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's the deal.
Okay, you're on the record. All right, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other requests to speak. Thank you, Mr. Hill. All right, this time we'll go out to the public, and I'll allow extra time for the representation for the partners to speak. If you want to speak first or last, whenever you like, it's up to you. Please come forward, state your name, and I'll give you 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Muldoon and City Council members. My name is Brett Fierstein, and this is my business partner, Ryan Chase. Our families have lived and owned property in the city of Newport Beach dating back to the 1920s and 1950s. Ryan and his wife, Brooke, are raising their 2 children in Newport Beach, where they attend Newport Heights Elementary. Together, our families own a number of commercial, residential, and recreational properties throughout Newport Beach. As generational families with deep roots in this city, we have a strong desire for all of our properties to improve the quality of life of this community. As you may know, we own 50% of the tennis club with the applicant, Gulf Realty Fund owning the other 50%. We are currently in an arbitration proceeding to determine if Gulf Realty Fund has the authority to unilaterally process the planning application that is before you tonight. It probably goes without saying that we do not think Gulf Realty Fund has the proper authority to process the pending application. That said, we recognize this is a private matter, dispute between private parties, and as we said at the Planning Commission hearing, we are not seeking to involve the city. Unfortunately, arbitrations are never as fast as one would like, and so we are unable to have this matter settled prior to tonight's hearing. However, it is why we are objecting to the proposed planning application tonight. I can only imagine how many emails you have received and how much time you and staff has spent on this matter. I'm sorry for the extra hassle this has caused. I very much appreciate all of you and your staff have done here, especially Grace, Aaron, Leilani, and Simone. Contrary to some of the rumors that are being circulated, Ryan and I are not looking to shut down the club. It's quite the opposite. As I've said before, I'm an avid pickleball player and love playing with my father, my kids, my friends. It really is something that I love doing. I know how important pickleball and this club are to its members. We share a desire with the members to preserve the pickleball courts at the club and see pickleball thrive here. Thus, it troubled us to hear city staff and planning commissioners confirm at the Planning Commission hearing 2 weeks ago that the project and plans Gulf Realty Fund is attempting to process do not include pickleball courts. That pickleball is not part of Gulf Realty Fund's plans that is submitted to the city is particularly troubling because we have heard from members that they were given assurances that the plans include pickleball courts, which is clearly not supported by the facts. One important fact that we have is that we have submitted a proposed lease to Robert O'Hill, the general partner of Gulf Realty Fund. The proposed lease with a prominent local business operator is for a term of 10 years with the ability for the tenant to extend for another 10 years, making the total term of the lease 20 years. Ryan and my goal, along with the new operators, to continue tennis and pickleball at the club, along with plans to improve the operation and facilities at the club. After hearing Robert's speech, there's a lot of things that are being said. This isn't the forum to fight that, to talk about it, but we're happy to discuss, what has been said. We want to be as transparent as possible. That this is very important to myself, my family, my partner, and absolutely the community. And we just want to make sure that we do the best for everyone. And we're here if anyone wants to discuss it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fierstein. Thank you, Mr. Chase. Okay, now is the time for general public comments. You are limited to 3 minutes if you like. If you plan to speak, it'd be nice if you would approach now and form a line behind the opposing podiums, and we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilmen, or council. What a disaster. Dysfunctional relationship between the owners is really incredible. 8 years I've been there as the operator, and to hear that the co-owners have negotiated with somebody else, it definitely hurts. But said that, I don't blame them. I don't blame either side. I just want to run the club. That was not part of my speech, so excuse me. My name is Sean Balatari Abdali, president of Grand Slam and operator of the Tennis and Pickleball Club at Newport Beach. I've had the privilege in serving my members and this community for the last 8 years. I was the first club to embrace pickleball and bring it to Newport Beach. First club in the country to have a private pickleball club a little over 2 years ago. The city of Newport Beach acknowledged when we brought pickleball courts. I did not do it without you knowing. I came for guidance and permission, and we converted several courts of our tennis courts into pickleball. Today, we are the largest and most prestigious tennis and pickleball club in America. My members are very passionate, and they take their pickleball very seriously. But please don't forget also our tennis members and athletes are also very serious, very passionate. But I was fortunate enough to find a place for them and made a decision that at some point, when we're able to meet all the city requirements, we will make this club majority pickleball. That's also a promise from me to you. I much prefer for this membership and for the club to have a 72-year lease with the ownership and get our promised clubhouse that gives us new locker rooms, showers, fitness center, and all the bells and whistles. A couple months ago in our last city council meeting, I presented to you roughly 2,000 petitions supporting Plan B. Yes, we talked to them about our plans for the future, the new clubhouse, and also what our plans were with the pickleball courts. In the last few weeks, there has been inaccurate information and misinformation circulating. A lot of anonymous people in blogs, frankly, saying some really unkind and untrue things. In that petition, it states, we strongly oppose the plan to demolish the tennis club at Newport Beach and replace it with a hotel. As we know tonight, that's not true. For 60 years, it says, generations of Newport Beach families have utilized this club as a recreation destination. Very true. And it is currently home to nearly 2,000 members. Not true. May I get another minute?
Sure.
I also like to make a correction to Mr. O'Hill respectfully. We do not have 28 courts today. We have 31 permanent courts today. But of that 31, 28 of them would remain exactly where they are, with your permission, and we will follow your direction. This kind of misinformation has created a lot of concern, fear, anxiety, and some separation between members, thinking that I'm the one that's making this decision. When the co-owners at some point had, proposed to put apartments, that wasn't my idea. The hotel idea is not my idea. I wish I could keep the club like this for the rest of my life. But I don't own the facility. The members don't own the facility. But the fact that we're able to preserve it and make it higher use is a compromise for everyone. The Fiersteins and the Chases respectfully win. Mr. O'Hill wins. The pickleball members win. We all win. In our last Planning Commission hearing, the Planning Commission voted for Plan B unanimously. A number of Plan B supporters could not make it tonight because they told me that they do not want to be part of the drama, but many of them, I believe, sent you letters or emails. I'm asking you tonight to please support Plan B and know that we are going to make our best efforts to make him to pickleball when that time comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Hello. My name is Dalen Lawrence, and I live up in East Bluff. I'd like to make 3 points while asking the council to vote no on the TTC plan amendment. First, I'd like to refer to the petition electronically submitted yesterday with nearly 500 signatures and currently over 500 signatures that we collected from club members and Newport Beach residents, many of which could not be here tonight. The petition calls on Newport Beach City Council to deny the plan amendment in front of you. The language for the petition came largely from Plan B of the plan amendment itself, which states, construction, quote, will begin with the demolition of the existing tennis and pickleball courts and portion of the parking lot. Quote, that came from the plan. We didn't make that up. We only began collecting signatures September 13th. Had we had more time, I'm confident we could have doubled the number. These signatures were not collected out in front of Ralph's or coerced in front of the Whole Foods. These were just asking members to go online and sign. Second, you may hear of this other petition that had 2,000 signatures, often touted as being in support of the hotel being constructed. But in fact, that petition was signed by many members, including myself, in opposition to low-income apartments being built on the property. The spirit of that petition is actually that we don't want anything else but pickleball courts. So I wouldn't be fooled by that. Third, the plan amendment that doesn't include pickleball doesn't even have unanimous agreement by its ownership group. 50% of the ownership oppose it. Why would the council approve something that probably won't get built anyway? This alone should give the council pause. In closing, Newport Beach has a remarkable and amazing opportunity to become an enduring landmark for pickleball as a destination. Your decision tonight impacts the lives of nearly 2,000 members directly. However, the reality is that so many more lives are in the balance. There's an amazing industry statistic that states that 80% of all pickleball players playing in 2030 have yet to pick up a paddle. That's the kind of growth that we're talking about. Finally, if we lose our club and courts, we will be back with many more players to demand that our city council replace those assets with public facilities. Please vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Cece Evans, and I'm here on behalf of the family of Nick Bollettieri, as he is currently on hospice and has asked me to read his statement. Dear council members, I am the inventor of the Holistic Academy training model and the founder and president emeritus of IMG Academy, the largest and most prestigious sports training academy in the world. I have also had the privilege of coaching 10 former #1 ATP and WTA tennis players, including Monica Seles, Andre Agassi, Serena Williams, Maria Sharapova, Jim Courier, Venus Williams, Boris Becker, and Martina Higgins, Marcelo Rios, and other extraordinarily successful tennis champions. In 2014, I was inducted into the International Tennis Hall of Fame. I have not only groomed some of the best best tennis players in the world, but also some of the best tennis coaches and club operators in the world. Sean Bollettieri Abdali is one of those coaches and club operators. I have mentored Sean since he was a teenager. He is a world-class tennis coach and a world-class club operator. In addition, he has also become one of the most respected and successful pickleball entrepreneurs in the world. He has transformed the tennis club at Newport Beach into one of the top tennis and pickleball clubs in the world. The club is now getting regional, national, and worldwide attention, attracting some of the top tennis players and pickleball players to Newport Beach, and is creating the most positive PR for Newport Beach. The community has embraced the energy, healthy lifestyle, and excitement created by Sean and the club. For these reasons and many more, we support Plan B, which preserves the club and all that it does for the community for 70 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Stephanie Kwok, and I'd like to cede my 3 minutes to John Rosen.
He is only allowed to have 3 minutes. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Right.
Yes is the answer to the question that you're probably asking. I did this playing pickleball. My name is John Rosen, and I'm a Newport Beach resident. And today I speak for the entire Newport Beach orthopedic community, their loved ones, and their friends, and I beg you to please tear this club down. It's the right thing to do. I'm here to ask that the council take this opportunity to reject the amendment to the plan that they submitted. To reject the plan on the grounds that the community in significant numbers will be adversely affected by tearing down this facility and replacing it with condos, a tiny hotel, and a handful of tennis courts. Numbers, 6, if I'm right. That's the number of local schools that have held pickleball events here. 20, the number of charities and nonprofits that have held major events at this facility this year, pickleball events that are not in the plan. 1,500 or thereabouts. That's the number of people who play pickleball here. 1,500, 2, 3, 5 times a week. 11 and 7,000. 11 is the number of tournaments that have been held just in this past year alone. 7,000 people are the approximate number of people that have come here from out of town to play pickleball in Newport Beach. Pickleball on a facility that's about to be torn down and replaced with tennis. 22 million. That's the number of viewers that ESPN has, the network that covered the August tournament at the club. And that's just this year, and pickleball is growing. I'll ask you sincerely to be accountable, please, to be accountable to both the letter and the spirit of the law. Recreational use is what's dictated in the general plan. This is the only reason that there is an inch of tennis courts on this plan instead of a bunch of hotels or condos. Recreational use, it's 7 and plus 1, right? Recreational use, it's not what a drone sees, right? It's not the painting that you see up on the wall. It's not a picture. It's not the lines on a court. Recreational use are these people, are us, are 1,500 people playing pickleball, thousands of people playing every year. That's recreational use. That's what we, the community, need. That's what we're doing today. That's why you see this passion here. The spirit of recreational use is here, not in what you saw up on that board, because there's no pickleball. None. And until pickleball is in it, it's not pickleball. Rejecting the plan takes nothing away from the applicant. The applicant can go back, the applicant can add pickleball, and we'll be waving our paddles maybe for them, depending on all the other criteria necessary to make it happen. But right now, there's no pickleball. So all those numbers go away. Developers' rights. Half the developers are here, and they don't want to tear the club down, and they have a lease to keep it the way it is. We're not taking their rights away. We're asking them to go back to the drawing board and back to the negotiating table, put pickleball back in. When it's in writing, it's true. If it's not in writing, they can't make it happen. That's the only thing that you can, with all due respect, that you can vote on, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. And it's the only thing that we're here to talk about. Everything else is a promise that either can or can't be kept over time. But without pickleball, we all lose. Newport Beach loses. My final statement. I urge you to vote this down. Please send the owners back to the table, come to an agreement, put pickleball back in it, satisfy Newport Beach and the thousands of people that use this facility, and it meets the letter of the law by turning it down. And then maybe we'll have a chance to say yes down the road. I promised Mr. O'Hill that I'd say if you put 28 pickleball courts in there and met all the other criteria, including that there's that many and that it's a club and that the public can use it because it's club, and the hotel that we don't have today will approve the use of pickleball in that facility, which they'd still have to do. If all those things come together, why wouldn't we support it? But the alternative today is to keep it as it is. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Darcy Bozeas. I'm a member of the Pickleball Club and a resident of Newport Beach. I speak for many members here and online. We all have one thing in common. We are extremely passionate about how this club has impacted and changed our lives. Our club is much more than a recreational facility. It's a neighborhood home. It's a place where we gather 4, 5, 6 days a week for many hours. We play a wacky sport we love that contributes significantly to our physical health. We interact with friends, which greatly enhances our mental and emotional well-being. This club is our cheers. We walk in and everybody knows our name. For people, especially in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, this is so unique and special. We members built a community and we are doing life together. We celebrate birthdays on the patio together. We mourn the loss of loved ones together. We help each other's children network to obtain internships and jobs. And we drive one another to cancer treatments. But here's the key. This community only exists with our facility in its current form and size because we have 2,000 members. Our current 31 pickleball courts are in use all day long, from 8 a.m. through 9 p.m. every day. Members are either playing in scheduled matches, participating in round robins where 10 to 15 courts simultaneously are being used, or members are going to challenge courts to meet new people to play with. A fancy clubhouse and a spa does not make a community. Our community is 31 pickleball courts. Mr. O'Hill came to our clubhouse twice and showed us whiteboards that showed our current pickleball courts and promised that they would remain. So we were shocked when we read the language in this plan amendment that states construction will take at least 20 months and begin with the demolition of the existing tennis and pickleball courts. We made inquiries and we were told that Mr. O'Hill intends to keep 28 pickleball courts, but because there's no process, the plan he submitted shows the 7 tennis courts instead. Well, as an attorney, I know that intentions mean very little in contract law, and they mean even less in business plans. And let's be honest, there's no hotel operator who will allow 28 pickleball courts to be next to pricey hotel rooms. So unless all or a majority of our current pickleball courts are included in the plan amendment, our neighborhood home that is so important and essential to 2,000 members, it goes away, and therefore we members cannot support this plan amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hold your applause. Next speaker, please.
My name is Debbie Schwartz. My husband and I used to be part-time residents of Newport Beach. We were here on the weekends, and then we found this club. This club has changed our lives and so many others. We found community here. We found exercise that we can do together, which we could never find before. I don't think we could have found this unless we moved to a retirement community, since we are in our 60s and 70s, but we're not ready for that. But this pickleball club has given us and so many others what we didn't even know that we were looking for, but it's just been terrific. I'm here with a little trepidation because I'm worried that I might lose my membership by coming out here and speaking into what I'm speaking for, but I'm going to do it because I think it's extremely important. We were told in a meeting with Mr. O'Hill and Sean, who they're respectful people, but I don't know why this went down this way. They brought us a plan at a meeting, and the plan had 28 pickleball courts. Okay? That plan is not the plan that was up here today. The plan that was up here today has only 8 pickleball courts. We didn't know until we heard from the Planning Commission meeting that these pickleball courts weren't brought to the city. We didn't know at all. And the fact is, they're not there, but there's a process. They kept on telling us there was no process to do this. When we finally found this out from the Planning Committee, there's a process. It just has to be done a little bit differently than Mr. O'Hill wants to do it right now. There's a better way to do this than to just push one way through and ask that he go through with an amendment. I, too, like Darcy, am a lawyer. I agree with her. Intentions are one thing, but what's written and is before council is totally another. Look, pickleball, I hope you guys have tried it. If you haven't, please do. It's a great sport. It's a sport where you usually are playing in doubles, and besides the exercise, there's this sense of camaraderie because you're playing mostly doubles, and the courts are so small. Like, you can't help it but talk to the people on the other side and laugh with the people on the other side, because we all miss ball. It's just a fun sport. And I'd hate to see us lose that. It's good for our minds. We're learning new skills. It's good for our bodies. And people can play this young and old. I mean, I enjoy playing this with my 83-year-old dad, and I also play it with my 12-year-old special needs grandson. It's a sport like no other. I just would respectfully request that you deny this. Mr. O'Hill can come with the plan that has pickleball like he told us he was doing, and hopefully this can all work out. I just respectfully request that you deny this. It would be really a shame to lose this club that provides so much for the community and really is a showcase for Newport Beach community. Thank you very much for your consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Hatch. I'm a member of the club and a resident of Newport Beach. And as I stand here in front of you today, I'm likely at risk of losing my membership, or at minimum, having my voice silenced by the operator, Sean. As proof of that, I was removed from the members group communication forum simply for posting the date and time of this meeting. While I could go on and on about the deception tactics that I feel that Mr. O'Hill and Sean have used to gain our support of this project that never had pickleball as part of it. Instead, I want to use my time to impress upon you what this club means to me and the community at large. As the single woman in the community at this club is invaluable to me. Yes, it's about the pickleball, but it's most importantly about the community of people who came together as a result of the sport of pickleball. In addition to the community of members, this club supports the community at large in a way of fundraisers, which have raised over $1 million in the last 3 years, benefiting local organizations such as Casa OC for the children, local schools such as Harbor Day School and Our Lady Queen of Angels. The club also supports larger charities such as Make-A-Wish and the Susan B. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation, which is near and dear to my heart as my mother passed away recently from breast cancer. Council members, we don't need another hotel. The club supports the community at large and has provided a place where friends and family come together to support one another in a healthy environment. I urge the council to vote down Plan B and allow the club and the community of members continue as a valuable part of the city of Newport Beach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, City Councilman, council members, thank you. My name is Gerald Kelleher. I'm a member. Trust and what's in writing. I think when we saw item 6 on that agenda, it said the big word, if they choose to convert from tennis to pickleball. If is a big word in that case, because what we've seen, unfortunately, from the operator, we had a big meeting at the grandstand, and they were both there to tell us, this is going to be all pickleball. Okay, we found a nice place for our tennis people to go to the new location in Coto de Casa, found a home for all my tennis players. Tonight, we just heard them say, we got a place for tennis and pickleball here. Anybody that's tried to play pickleball on a court with tennis markings and pickleball markings, because they go the opposite directions, finds that a nightmare. And it's just surprising to me that tonight we hear for the first time, oh, it's going to be tennis and pickleball. They don't work together on the same court. And again, trust. We've heard too many back and forth on what is verifiable and what's not. And to me, when I see up on that board, item 6, if they choose, I question that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, Leo Figueroa, member of the club, an attorney, and known Sean for a very long time. I know Sean is a very respectable businessman. And I've heard a lot of very passionate people talk about how pickleball is growing and growing as a sport, becoming worldwide. And that's exactly why we need to have these new facilities. Look where we are. We're in a brand new building here for the Newport Beach City Council. Why? Because we need improvement. We need to make things, change things. Things are old. The facilities are old. The lockers are old. What's being proposed are some beautiful state-of-the-art new facilities that will allow Newport Beach to continue to be the #1 place for pickleball. And in order for that to happen, we need to make change. I know change is hard, change is difficult. I have not heard one time anyone say that pickleball is going to be eliminated. In fact, they're saying the tennis courts are easily converted into pickleball courts. How do we know that? They got converted into pickleball courts. We have several tennis courts there. They're business people. They know how popular pickleball is. They're not going to make a decision to eliminate pickleball if that's what the members want. I just don't understand how we can't do both, how we can't make some progress and also satisfy all the members who are so passionate about pickleball. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, and if you plan to come speak, now's the time to come forward. Yes.
My name's Rick Tarbell. I am not an attorney, which I'm happy about. I've been a resident for Newport Beach since 1987. It's been a great city to be a part of. My kids are growing up here and they've gone now. And hearing the presentation tonight, being in real estate development, nuances matter. And Mr. O'Hill properly stated that his goal for getting the amendment voted on tonight was to get his hotel lease. But if the hotel lease is conditioned on having no pickleball courts, there's no lease. So if the intent is to really have pickleball, then I would encourage the council basically to make that a condition, to have that presented as part of the hotel to what our operator is existing. I'm a member of the club, and I have to tell you, I've met more people in this city from going there than I have any other time in my life in the last 2 years. And it's really cool to develop new relationships and be part of a community. So I would just, and if this goes away, I'm not sure where you replace it because we're out of land. And when you look around the city, you're struggling with the arena numbers, which I totally understand. What are we going to do? So once again, I thank you for having this hearing, and I would encourage you to vote down the amendment unless it's amended with having the 28 pickleball courts instead of the tennis courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And again, if you plan to speak, please come forward to opposing podiums. Yes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Robin. I speak,
Oh, yes, I'm talking people behind you.
Member of the club and employee of the club. A couple things that have gone through that aren't quite accurate. We don't have 2,000 members. We have 1,300 members. And we love our members. It's a really wonderful place. You've heard so many people talk about all the good that we've done for them personally, all the charitable events we have. There is no intent for this club to not be pickleball. And I think a lot of people are just misunderstanding what the intention is. It's not going anywhere. You all said, you know that there's pickleball there currently. So I just would like you to take into consideration the fact that all the passion of these people is because they want pickleball, and our intention as people who work at the club, the people who own the club and lease it, not to get rid of pickleball. We love it. So I think there's misunderstanding of the people who think we're trying to get rid of it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I brought 2 paddles tonight. Mayor O'Neill. Oh, he got it. But you haven't come and played yet, so maybe this one's for you. I just want to address and appreciate the non-transparency issue that you brought up, because 2 other women did come forward and they did say that they were told that this is the plan and it was going to include pickleball, but in fact, Plan B does not include pickleball. I just want to say one thing, and I am a little uncomfortable being up here being a single woman. I was approached by Mr. O'Hill. I never replied. He texted me. He left a voicemail. He wanted me on board for his plan. I know enough, and I have enough intuition to know when something's not quite right. And nothing is quite right at our club with O'Hill and Sean. And I just want to, say that I appreciate the other half showing up and speaking their passion for pickleball, and I'm just one of those other people that are just coming forward to tell you that there is non-transparency at our club. So I appreciate all of you tonight and making it very clear, and everybody speaking.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Donna Baroda Clark, and I've been a resident of Newport Beach for 20 years, about that. And I've raised 4 kids. They went to Newport Mesa. Guys have brought up my kids here, and I just wanted to really, I wish we could find a great settlement. I thank you, Mr. Bloom, for your questioning, because why can't it have pickleball? I've raised my kids here. I'm probably speaking for the majority of at least moms that I know in my age that come out now and are able to play with their kids and play with their husbands and their families. It's such a great sport, and I think the pickleball community really, we have the largest community in this area. And really a lot of thanks to Pat Rolfus, who's here, who brought in all the tournaments at our club, especially during COVID when everybody was stuck in their houses, and this was really the best opportunity for anybody's mental health, especially with our kids who were homeschooled because they couldn't go to school, being able to be outdoors playing. And I'm really just concerned if this does go away, what can the city council do to find us another opportunity that has a lot of pickleball courts? The one on Crown was closed. How can we preserve this sport and make the revenue for our community with pickleball and find places for us to play? I don't know this, I'm not a developer. I have no idea where the land uses are in our community, but I think you get the spirit of my meaning is this is such a great opportunity for recreation, for our community, for mental health, for our kids, all ages, and I'm hoping that we can preserve it here somehow and that you guys can help. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Again, if you plan to speak, please come forward. This is going to be the last speaker.
Hi, my name is Louis Lansner. I am raising my family in Newport Shores. I'm a fireman in Seal Beach, and I just wanted to address, I think it's a snow job what's happening on one aspect. I'm a pickleball member, and I just want you to know that we have 8 separate tennis courts and 31 separate pickleball. So when you see an amendment that says 8 tennis courts and then whatever number pickleball, they're just putting lines on the tennis courts. They're not separate. So I'm just addressing that aspect alone. So when they're presenting this stuff with the numbers, those are multi-use courts. They're just 8 tennis courts. And then they're going to put lines on them and say that there's 15 pickleball courts. That's not pickleball. So I just wanted to address that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor Muldoon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier, and I'm not here to talk to you about pickleball. I actually want to address the general plan amendment that you are being asked to approve tonight as part of this overall project. It's on page 49 of your agenda packet. And what I want to address is how much this is a change from the current general plan and how much development you are authorized under our city charter to approve without a vote of the public. I believe that Mr. O'Hill has a good faith belief that his, what he calls his prior project or proposal with 27 hotel rooms was approved by the voters in the Comprehensive General Plan update of 2006. Actually, in that update, the voters approved enough for him to have 65 hotel rooms and as many as 540 residences on that property or other properties that were entitled to that. But by the time he actually put his proposal to the city council, all of that development, other than 5 dwelling units, had been used up by other developers on other property in Newport Center. So his so-called current project with 27 hotel rooms has never been part of the general plan. Everything that's being added here, 41 hotel rooms, is not currently in the general plan. It is being added. And it's not just 41 hotel rooms. When you turn the page over, you will see that he is wanting additional development, this big spa and fitness center that seems only kind of peripherally connected to the hotel. It seems to be part of the club as well. All of that adds up to 61,870 square feet that he's adding, and we have a green light limit of 40,000 square feet of new development that you can have. What I'm suggesting to you, if you wanted to approve anything, I think the most you can add without a vote of the people to the general plan is another 40,000 square feet. I do not like that it just says 41 hotel rooms, because when you turn it over, apparently it's unlimited how much additional development would go with that. I would suggest the general plan amendments should say how much total development you are allowed on this property, and leave Mr. O'Hill to figure out how many hotel rooms he can get out of that. The most you can add is 40,000, which is a considerably more modest project than he is proposing. And so if he scales his resort back down to 40,000 square feet, might even leave some room for tennis courts. But I believe that's all you have the authority to approve tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Okay. Yes, no, you may not. Sure, yeah, you just can't talk anymore. Okay, does anyone else want to speak on this item? Okay, all right, seeing no one else, Councilwoman Dixon.
Okay, just to address Mr. Mosher's point, Simone, are we voting on the correct law here today?
So back in 2012, the council at the time approved a conversion, and it was a conversion of tennis courts to hotel units. The councils of the past, the councils of the present have all recognized conversions as an instrument that's allowed, because we make sure that trip counts don't go up. So we did it with the Ritz-Carlton, we've done it with the villas at Fashion Island, we've done it with this project, and so that's what that was the past.
So it's all permitted.
It's approved, it's done,
all right.
Never been challenged.
Okay, on that basis, so obviously, I think it's unanimous in terms of the public. They love pickleball, and so I've never played it, but I appreciate your passion and respect your interest. And I am supportive of this project, but I would like to propose the motion as follows: to approve the general plan amendment and the amendment to the coastal development permit, and to amend the planned community development plan, with the condition added that there would be 28 pickleball courts. Mr. O'Hill, do you agree with that motion? So it will be a matter of public record. It will be the ordinance that the city council approves. So it would take another vote of the city council to change that. So my understanding is that with that, if it's supported by the council, a majority vote of the council, pickleball will be required and stated as such in this ordinance. So that is my motion.
Okay.
Councilmember Dixon, Mayor Muldoon, unfortunately that the M&D was studied for tennis courts. We could not add a condition to this project to say it is now pickleball. It changes all the entitlement processing. So we couldn't do that. It'll have to be a separate amendment if Mr.
All right. Well, I just want to record in the motion. Then we'll record the process. Can we do that, Mr. Harp?
Well, so I think Mr. Churches is correct. You can't require him to construct a pickleball course because it hasn't been analyzed. So it's not part of any of the entitlements that have been sought.
That's the intent of the council.
You could have a separate statement that it's your intent that he move forward with it, but it wouldn't be binding.
It would be binding.
It would not be binding.
All right, what can we say that would be binding?
Yeah, you have to go back and analyze it. If you want to require pickleball courts, it has to be analyzed before you approve it.
Mr. O'Neill, you say you have an idea? Oh, well, that is my motion, a little rough around the edges right now, but the intent is to memorialize the intent to provide 28 pickleball courts. Somehow I need to get that into the motion for the passage of this item for tonight.
Councilman O'Neill.
Yeah, so I had a few preliminary questions on to get to even that point. So this goes to either Simone or Aaron, whoever wants to answer this one. So as a matter of process, so let's say we approve this. First off, even to get to the map being able to be recorded, condition 11 requires the sign off, and actually government code does too, but requires the sign off of all the owners. So somehow we would have to find, the ownership would have to come together, which doesn't seem to be happening these days. But that's the first thing. But the second thing is, once we approve, there's nothing that would stop the applicant from going to the Coastal Commission, assuming that the owner signed off, going to the Coastal Commission with this project, not with pickleball, but with this project, and assuming that Coastal Commission approved this project, and then they wanted to convert over to pickleball, would they have to go through an entire new process of going to the Coastal Commission again?
So correct. So if the council approved this project,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just to convert to pickleball.
Right. So the issue is that this is a local coastal plan amendment. So it's an LCPA. So when you read the text is tennis courts. It makes no reference to pickleball. Same thing with our PC text, which is our zoning, makes no reference to pickleball. It's strictly tennis courts. So if we're going to file an LCP to the Coastal Commission, they're looking at an application that says tennis courts. And if they want pickleball, all this will have to change. We'll have to amend this language in the text for the Coastal Commission, and we'll have to kind of go through that process before we do that.
Okay. All right. This is why. This is one of the reasons why I voted no when we were doing the amendment on the development agreement. I mean, we could see this coming, and this is really frustrating because what's happened right now is we've got an ownership group that is not together, and they keep bringing the problems to us. And then when they're bringing the problems to us, and I've said this twice now, and this is the third time, and I'm sharing the frustration that Noah's got here because what's happened is that the first time, it seems like the membership was told it's our fault. And then the second time you were told that it was their fault, and now everyone's trying to figure out whose fault is it. And it's not, and you're getting jerked around, and it's really frustrating to all of us up here because I can tell you right now, we don't want you here. We'd rather have you home with your families. Like this is not how you should be spending your time, but you're forced to be here. So first off, thank you. Thanks for exercising your First Amendment rights. This is exactly why local government's awesome, because you get to come to us and we're here and you can actually physically reach out and touch us. We're here to listen to your concerns. But this is the frustration that we've been expressing now 3 times up here. And the concern that I've got, and it's the same one I think I'm hearing Councilmember Dixon say, is how do we make sure that the representations that have been told to us tonight are actually going to be followed through on? We can't do that. If we approve this project as it is right here, it's not the project that's being told is going to be the project. I don't think in 6 years of being on council, I've been told, approve this project, it's not the real project, but don't worry, we're going to come back with a new project. It's frustrating because I can see this, and on top of all of that, I can see what's happened also is there's ongoing arbitration. I've seen the attorneys that you all have hired. They're great lawyers. They're getting paid a ton of money. But that fight is not here. It's not in front of, it's not this, and it's not them. And so what I'm concerned now is this project. Honestly, you come to us and tell us that this is the project that you're putting in. I'm serious when I say this, folks. I'm not sure how we would probably be able to say no to this. And I understand that we need to find a way to continue to have recreation services. I 100% understand that. As a matter of policy, we are committed to doing that. And I think we said this last time. You understand the city's actually going to build new pickleball courts for public access up in Newport Coast. I want you to know that that's happening. But in terms of protecting a club for you, this is a private club, and this is going to be difficult for us to be able to figure out how to do that for you. But you're continuing to stay vigilant, and it's great. You should absolutely be doing that. But I've got a real process concern. This is not. I don't even have a substance concern at the moment. I have a process concern that we are approving a project or being at least asked to approve a project that is not the project. And I have a real concern about that, especially if this is going to be sent over to the Coastal Commission. So I'll be honest, I walked into this thinking that this was going to be one of those times where, we frustrate you again. And But I mean, after listening to Noah's questions on this one and the answers that were being given on this one, I don't know as a matter of process how we approve this, knowing that this is not actually what's going to ultimately be put up, because there is a process for pickleball. We know there's a process. And quite frankly, I don't know that there's a way for us to do this without sending it back to Planning Commission and making sure that the project that comes back to us is the real project.
Councilor Benner.
Simone, I have a question about, well, first of all, I've got a predisposition to want this to happen, because I think if this is not a pickleball club in the future, we're going to have to figure out how to come up with a pickleball club for Newport Beach, because it's obvious that that's a need that we really have in our community. So from that regard, I hope this works out. But I have another concern. Are we allowed to tell them that they have to have pickleball?
Sure, you can tell them anything you'd like.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it that way, Councilmember Greta. I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry. But it's an applicant as a property owner. This is his application. He's submitted an application for tennis courts. That's the ask from the property owner. You can definitely, you're absolutely in your right to deny the application, continue the application, or pass the application and see what Coastal Commission does with it. And you can definitely suggest to him what your thoughts are.
We can suggest, but I just didn't know that we had the right to tell a private owner what to do with his property.
I think what it is that you have an application in front of you. You have to make a decision what you want to do with that application, move it forward, continue it, or deny it. And those are the choices.
Well, and my other concern is that if the other owners have an alternate plan that they are thinking is great, and Mr. O'Hill has his plan, and we hope that includes pickleball, but they really have to go to the judge. The judge is the one that's going to determine which of these plans he likes best, right? And so what difference does it make if we have an approved plan, or if we don't? The judge is going to have to be the deciding factor, isn't he?
Well, I do think that there is a pending arbitration case that has to get litigated and decided. Everybody's making their strong arguments. We've recognized Mr. O'Hill to submit for the entitlement, and that's all we've done so far. That we recognize Mr. O'Hill can submit for the entitlements, and he did. He submitted an application, and that's what he would like the council to make a decision on.
Okay, thank you.
Would you please answer that arbitration question?
So the determination that the city has made is that he has authority to basically process the application under our municipal code provisions. They have their own separate agreements that they're in arbitration, and I'm glad they haven't involved us in that. But they have deals between themselves, and they have rights between themselves, and that's what there is in arbitration, is whether or not Mr. O'Hill has the right to do what he's doing or not. What we've decided is basically looking at our municipal code, that he has the right to process the application under our municipal code.
Yeah, so we're agreeing essentially with the two arbitration judges that have already reviewed this, that he is the person who speaks for the property, and our legal opinion is to accept him as a person who speaks for the property. So I am a lifelong tennis player. I played 4 years in high school and had the privilege of getting beat by the best players in Newport Beach at these same courts. And it is, for me, it's really heartbreaking to see that tennis is dying, but it's just a fact. Tennis clubs are having problems throughout the country. Locally here in Newport Beach, other clubs are having memberships. You know who is not? This club. This club is thriving because Sean, in my opinion, who someone questioned his character. I was really, really shocked by that. I think, Sean, you have amazing character. I think you're an impressive, kind young man. You're not that young, but I feel older as a mayor. And I think you have good character, and I believe you that your desire is to make it pickleball. And I believe financially in the reality of what's happening in sports, that's reality. That's what's inevitable as well. And it's growing. It's growing. It's the fastest growing sport in America right now. Unfortunately, tennis is not headed that direction. And there is no reason why you would want to abandon what I imagine is probably a much better profit opportunity for you than tennis courts. This proposal, one of the ladies who came up who was an attorney made a really good point that the courts don't show enough pickleball courts. That's because you divide the you've divided the tennis courts into numerous pickleball courts. So just so we're clear, Mr. Oilhill, you would do 26 or 28 courts based purely upon what someone's going to tell you you can do for traffic purposes, a traffic expert, correct?
Correct. There's
So
28 courts there today.
So 28 courts is the best case scenario if the traffic person tells you you got 3.25 cars needed per court. 26 courts is the worst case scenario. And the center court that you have named after Mr. Belleteri, who is a legendary and as we speak passing tennis hero. He's a national hero in tennis sports who unfortunately is passing. He's in hospice. And he wrote a letter, and I don't think his letter on the way out is going to be something that he would benefit from misleading. He knows Sean's heart. He knows that Sean wants a pickleball court, in my opinion. So we're looking at 26 courts, worst case scenario, but more likely 28 based on the projected number of spots required per court. The reason why that's so important and why they're not bringing pickleball courts now for you to approve this evening is because it is a new sport. It is not fully tested. There are traffic engineers and individuals who go through the process and they say, hey, if you have this use, you have to have this many parking spots. This is your traffic plan. This is what you have to plan for. So I see that you bent over backwards to acquire adjacent parking spots available in the case that they go on the high end and they limit you to 26 courts. But your hope is that you can do 28 courts. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so, for me, I got to tell you, I've never seen a crowd be so questioning of someone's character. I think it's totally inappropriate. I believe you when you say you want to put pickleball courts up. And even if I didn't believe what you're saying right now, I know what the business model and sports trends are showing. So, with that, I will be making a motion to approve staff item and I hope that we accept the property owner's wishes. Yes, Mr. Avery.
This is what I call a big taffy pull. It's something else. It not ready to come to council, clearly. I mean, we just can't you can see, I think everyone kind of figured out that we can't adjudicate this. This is something that needs to be baked and people need to come together and ideally without attorneys, but it looks like that's already passed. But it has to come to us with everybody kind of rowing in the same direction and just a lot of transparency and a lot of agreement on it. And obviously, property owners, my view of it is Mr. O'Hill can do what he wants with his property, but there's power in numbers, and what everybody out there and in this room, has shown us is just how important this facility is, and this sport, this activity is to you. And I take Mr. O'Hill at his words that he wants to put it in. And put those courts in. And when I think of the courts, I don't think of them, I just took it on face value that these would be pickleball courts exclusively and not this combination of pickleball and with all the different lines, and it makes it tough. So what I heard was this many pickleball courts and this many tennis courts, and my view of it is those are real tennis courts and real pickleball courts, and they're not combinations. But I just think this has to come back. We can't. Well, I guess we are going to vote on it, but it's not something, in my view, we should be voting on. It needs to be taken back, and I wouldn't be saying that except I've heard Mr. O'Hill tell us that he is actually in favor of what you all want, and so my view of it is let's get there somehow, and but it's got to be baked more. For us to deal with it, it's got to have some of the hair taken off it. So, but I mean, what a great location, what a great facility. I think it's a great plan. It's just there's some real misunderstandings here, and I just think it'd be a real shame if it all couldn't be brought together in a way that, where, as several people have said here tonight, where everybody truly wins. Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, just a question. When Mr. Blom was asking his series of questions, I did not realize that, Simone, could you explain what series of steps to obtain permits has to really kind of go back to square one? Did I understand that correctly?
So Mr. O'Hill has a set of construction documents, and for that permit, it's expired because the codes change. So he has to take those documents and update them all and resubmit them back to the city, and go through the plan review and plan check process through the city, which is right now is a little slow.
Okay, so that being said, Mr. O'Hill, then would you be submitting the new plan documents to include the pickleball courts?
Asking me?
Yes.
So I'm a little confused. I believe that Simone is talking about the construction documents for the site work, the construction documents for the clubhouse, the fitness center, the spa. The pickleball courts exist today. We're not going to demolish them. We're not going to propose new construction of something that is there. So, no, we wouldn't be submitting any construction documents or any demolition documents. We want to maintain the 28 pickleball courts that exist and 1 tennis court. And we love the condition that the Planning Commission approved. We love the substitute condition that staff suggested, which basically says that prior to any of these things happening, we will come back and meet the process that the city establishes for officially stamping the pickleball courts that are there today as staying there. So we have a traffic engineer. Like Mayor Muldoon said, this is brand new stuff. They don't know if it should be 3 parking stalls per court, 3.25 or 4. So that might take many months to work out. But we're willing to start right away with traffic studies and submit it to the city and try and work with staff to get it officially approved. But I just want to stress, there's 28 pickleball courts there today. They're staying. We have no intention of demoing them.
So in the staff report, or in the plan, I should say, the Plan B, I read that the tennis courts will be demolished, or some courts will be demolished?
So there's 24 tennis courts there today.
Yes.
We're demolishing all the tennis courts that face out on the golf course and replacing those with a hotel.
Okay.
But there are 28 pickleball courts that are there today, not with double lines, by the way, with pickleball single lines, that are in the back, away from Granville, away from the tennis. They exist today. Those are staying.
Okay, so excuse me, people, please, so we could clarify this. So what will go to the Coastal Commission?
So
if we were to approve this tonight, given what Mr. O'Hill has just said on the building permits, there's nothing being new, I guess this is the issue. There's no new construction, so why would it even go to the Coastal Commission?
So Mr. O'Hill said that if approved tonight, he would work towards submitting a new application for us to analyze the pickleball. What is going before the Coastal Commission is the LCP, which is text language. The text language says tennis court. The PC text says tennis court. The study, the 600-page M&D focuses on tennis courts. It doesn't focus on pickleball. Mr. O'Hill says that he will submit an application to convert this all to pickleball as long as the council approves it this evening.
All right. So the application that goes to Coastal, will it include pickleball?
So the item tonight.
Guys, we're trying to get to the bottom of this. Please show some respect. Yes.
So the item before you this evening is strictly tennis courts. Mr. O'Hill is saying that he will submit an application for pickleball at a later time.
Then does it come back here?
Yes.
In what period of time? How soon, fast can this get? I mean, I know the traffic studies have never been done before.
It's a 4-month process.
A 4-month?
Correct.
Okay, then it will come back here.
Yes.
And then be amended into the work that could possibly be approved this evening, right?
Correct.
And then it goes to coastal.
Yes.
So then
we're going to do this twice, right? If you approve this evening, this will all move forward, and we'll be waiting for Mr. O'Hill to submit.
But coastal is not going to act on it in the next 4 months.
No, of course not.
Okay, so it will be folded into one single application that will be amended, as we've just described, and it will contain, instead of tennis courts, it will contain pickleball courts, and that will be the ultimate application that goes to coastal.
That's my understanding of Mr. O'Hill's intentions.
So,
correct.
All right, with this amendment that will take place in the next 3 to 4 months.
Correct.
After a traffic study is done, new to the world, traffic and pickleball, how they work together. It will be folded into the work that we did tonight. I probably will not be here, but the new council will be looking at this and fold it in, and hopefully they would see that this should go on to the Coastal Commission and move forward. So am I restating the facts, the process correctly?
Agree, but my understanding is that if the council approves this
Yes.
evening, he would submit a revised application.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So you made a motion, Mr. Mayor. I second that motion to move this forward. And I believe that the process, as you've all heard, it's a matter of public record. Mr. O'Neill will secure these amendments. He has to work with your partners because the final approval on the site map has to be approved by all members of the partnership, correct? What's that, number 11? Doesn't that say that? Is that state law or something?
It's the Subdivision Map Act.
Subdivision map. So do you have confidence you're going to be working with your partners because they have to all sign off on this? Do I understand that correctly? Or are you the single
We're going to end up in front of a judge if they don't approve the lease, and the judge will make the decision on whether it's objectively reasonable for them to deny the lease or not.
All right, okay. All right, but we can move
If
on.
they have to accept the lease, then the developer, Eagle 4, will be signing the track map.
Okay. All right, so I have the confidence. I trust you. It's a matter of trust tonight. You've been a resident of Newport Beach for how many years?
Folks. All my life,
All your
except
life.
after eighth grade. I'm still growing up here.
All right. You are speaking to the public. This is a matter of public record. It's on video. You are committed to amending your plan to do the necessary. It's the only thing that stands in the way because this is new to the world because there's no traffic study on the use of pickleball courts within this development that's already been approved.
It's 100% correct. You have my word.
Okay. So please, people, have trust.
Okay. Council, folks, okay. Councilwoman Brenner.
I find this very confusing. I want to know if the pickleball courts that exist right now, if this project goes forward, do those pickleball courts stay and are they part of the new project?
Yes, there's I'll say it 45,000 more times. The pickleball courts are staying. There's 28 of them. They're staying. We have no intention to ever demo them. It has nothing to do with the hotel. The hotel goes on the tennis courts that are out in front next to the golf course. I promise you, the 28 pickleball courts are staying.
Simone, why can't we find a way to make that solidly part of the plan? Because, I mean, I understand why it's hard for people to trust, but...
There's 31 courts.
So again, and unfortunately, it's based on what the application was, right? And we did an amendment to their CEQA documents, and there is a project description. So what's the project? And so if we're not going to do the tennis courts, we have to amend the project. I'm not saying we can't do it. We can definitely do it. But that's not what the project was. The project was the tennis courts.
But those tennis courts are not the pickleball courts. It's not like, yeah. So I don't get it.
We didn't analyze for the CEQA. The pickleball courts were not analyzed. So the project was never analyzed for pickleball. It was only analyzed for tennis courts. So if we are going to move forward this evening, Mr. Hill said that he would submit a revised application. We'll engage with our CEQA consultant, revise the documents, revise the PC text, revise the LCPA to recognize the pickleball. There's nothing in the documents to recognize the pickleball at this point.
But they didn't, pickleball never existed as a formality in a development process.
How can we make that easier to recognize the pickleball courts?
So I can't do it this evening.
Well, okay,
because
but
it wasn't studied.
How quickly could we do that? If Mr. O'Hill wanted to go ahead and move forward with his project, but we wanted something to happen that said those pickleball courts are there, how could that be done?
So if the council approves the item this evening, Mr. O'Hill would need to submit a revised application to the city, and we would process that and work through it. I'm still working on fractional ownership.
The time for that would be 4 months or so.
Can I just say?
Okay, Councilman O'Neill. Are you all done, Councilman Brennan? Okay, thank you.
So hang on, folks. This is important. This is complicated, and I know it's complicated, and you're trying to help us out. But let us kind of work this one through. We've done this a lot, so just let us play this one out. I'm going to come back to what I had said earlier, which is the process issue. I just have never, we've never had a project come to us where they ask us to approve something that is clearly not going to be what is ultimately going to be the project. I've never seen this before, and I don't want to start that. I don't want that to be a precedent out there. What I would recommend is, because this council did approve an extension of the development agreement, and I'm not going to make a substitute motion because I think it's fair to have the mayor's motion voted on. But if for some reason that did not succeed, what I would suggest instead is that this item be sent back to the Planning Commission, because there is a sufficient amount of time remaining within the development agreement, so that it would be sent to the Planning Commission to do exactly what has been told to us is going to happen anyway. And in that time, conduct the traffic study, which is going to take about 4 months, submit it to the Planning Commission in January, bring it back to us in February. It's still well within the development agreement, and at least at that point, we're voting on the project we know is going to actually be the project. That seems like a really good idea. So from a matter of process, that's what I would prefer. But I think it's fair to have the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Blum.
Thank you. And just my last comments. I appreciate all sides of this. And honestly, I don't have a dog in the pickleball fight. I love that you guys do, but it's not why I'm talking up here. And I actually really love development. As most of you know, I like building cool things in this city, and I think it's amazing what we have the ability to do. But I don't like incomplete ideas. And an incomplete idea is when we don't have agreeing parties moving forward with an agreement that is going to produce something that's amazing. That's what I want to build in Newport Beach. I don't want to build individual pieces. I don't want to hear about people that may or may not do the project. And I am very concerned right now because we're hearing a lot about possible hotel builders that we have kind of an off-branded letter. We don't have an LOI that's been signed by Eagle 4, and I don't want to keep talking about them. I don't want to know until we know who is going to be doing that project. And I think that's something that if you're looking for a substantial development agreement with a great hotel operator and something you're willing to sell to council in that regard, well, you could sell it to the pickleball people as well, because that is a completed project. Right now, you're asking us to vote on something that's incomplete. And you're asking us to vote on something that is going to go to arbitration in, honestly, 4 months. And we're saying we can't deal with the traffic study in the same time. Well, we're not even going to be able to do anything until 4 months. That's when the judge is going to hear this arbitration. So let's get as much done as we can right now. Go to that arbitration, find some kind of together cause, get a real hotel developer that's signed off on this deal, not just an idea. Look, there's lots of restaurants I have ideas about. It doesn't mean they always come to fruition. But I want to see, if you're going to bring a completed and finished project, that it's going to be a great project that all of council can get behind. Because isn't that what we all want in the end? We want to see something that's great for the city of Newport Beach. We're here for the residents in the city. We're not here for individual landowners. That's your right to fight out. And right now, I'd rather have you guys fight it out and then come to us with something that's complete. So those are my final thoughts on it. Thank you.
Okay, I am glad we've had this long discussion because I have a better sense of clarity of what we're talking about. We're dealing with a recreational use that's never been defined. Even the LSA firm that the city uses on many projects all over Southern California, it's used. There's no prescriptive methodology to analyze traffic on pickleball. That is the only incomplete item of this major plan. Is that correct, Mr. Georges?
Correct.
Because, just to restate the plan, the tennis courts are going to be demolished, but the 28 pickleball courts will remain, correct? But please, people, it's getting late. It's not constructive. I'm trying to help preserve pickleball in Newport Beach and get this going.
Councilmember Dixon, the only thing I can state factually is what is before the
I understand
council.
that.
So the phasing of what he's going to build, that should be addressed to Mr. O'Hill, because I only can state what we are processing.
Okay, but what the city, first of all, the city has acknowledged that pickleball courts exist, but they were never permitted. Is that right? We never went to the Coastal Commission for those pickleball.
Correct. We've never done anything with those
Correct.
pickleball.
All right. So technically, they shouldn't even exist.
They should have been processed.
Correct, but they weren't.
Correct.
Okay, but they exist.
Correct.
Okay, no one's going to change that.
Right.
So now we have a major project coming before the Planning Commission, before the City Council to approve, and oops, we have not created a process for traffic studies of pickleball courts. It's, in my opinion, a minor detail, whether it's 3.2 parking spaces or 4. That's the only item that is hanging up our decision and our process tonight. So we have certainty that this overall is a fine project. Now, during the time that Mr. Hill or any developer is going to search for partners, development, hotel partners, what have you, he happens to be talking to the firm that has just opened the Ritz-Carlton, or the Marriott, the new Marriott, the Vea. They're doing the Ritz-Carlton. They're doing the Pendry. They are the current owners of the Newport Beach Country Club. So there's a high probability that they really want to extend their operation to include this new development that is on their neighboring adjacent property. So I think the likelihood that Eagle 4 Partners is the partner is strong. They're interested in a positive investment in Newport Beach. So it's all coming down to how all these pieces fit together. Mr. Hill has shown a beautiful project that includes 28 pickleball courts, more than any other city in Southern California. Is that correct? I bet that is true. All right. So we are very fortunate as a city that we can find ways to make that continue to exist. So that's not even going, the project is not, that element is not even going to the Coastal Commission because it doesn't need to be adjudicated because it's already in existence, correct? Until the traffic. But the traffic element is going to be, the traffic portion of that project analysis will be part of the CEQA analysis and the Coastal Commission. It's just the traffic. And the parking.
The entitlement package is strictly for the tennis courts.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to be going to the Coastal Commission until Mr. O'Hill submits revised applications for us to process.
All right, correct. And he's going to do that. So before it goes to the Coastal Commission, we will have that data to be included, amended into.
Well, as you mentioned, Councilmember Dixon, it takes a while for Coastal. So
yeah.
I would prefer that we send this tennis package up to there because it's going to be in the queue for a while Mr. O'Hill.
All right, that's your process
right.
decision. But in the meantime, in the next 4 months, it'll come back to the City Council after the first of the year.
Yes.
And the council will make their decision to amend the overall project to send it up to the Coastal Commission.
That's correct.
I see it's a very low-risk situation. We're not talking about the height of the building. We're not talking about the density of the property. We're talking about how many parking spaces for a pickleball court that I bet the Coastal Commission has never ruled on before. This will probably be new to the world to the Coastal Commission.
Probably.
Okay. So it's a small part from the Coastal Commission. It's important to all of you. I have a high level of confidence this is all going to come together. The partners have said that they support pickleball. They want pickleball. They also, I believe, want multi-story apartment buildings. That's going to have to be decided amongst the the partners. I'm in favor of it. I say let's vote.
Thank you. Do you have a...
I just have one thing to say. Mr. O'Hill, you've made this really difficult for us. It's I came here tonight thinking as long as the pickleball courts were staying that we could move forward with this, but there are so many unknowns here, and you're asking us to, and we do believe you, we trust you, we believe you, we think what you're saying is true, but that's not a reasonable way for elected officials to behave, or business people or anyone else. You need to see it in the plan, and you need to see it in writing, and you need to know what you're talking about when you vote. So I feel really bad that I just don't think we're ready to approve this tonight. But I would love for you guys to get it together and make this project happen, because I think it's a beautiful project. That's it. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I've never seen a group be this way. Please be respectful. Okay, let's vote.
Okay. With Councilmember Dixon and with Mayor Muldoon and Councilmember Dixon voting yes, the motion fails 5-2.
Councilman O'Neill?
Yeah, so my computer's not showing up. I was a no. So I'm going to vote, I'm going to make a motion to continue this item to the February meeting. In the meantime, unless it's the, let me back up. I'm going to make a motion to continue this to the meeting after the Planning Commission approves, assuming they do, approves the project that includes the pickleball study and designs for the pickleball courts that have been represented to us tonight.
I second that.
Okay, and what's the significance of the February meeting, Mr. Simone? Or Simone Georges?
I'm
asking Simone what the significance of the meeting is?
Mr. Mayor, I removed that condition. That was the point that I was saying. I removed the February meeting. I said the meeting after the Planning Commission has approved this, assuming that they did. That was what I was saying.
Okay, and when is the Planning Commission?
So we don't have a date yet. It's 4 months out until we get all the entitlements redone.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? There is from, actually, Councilman Duffield seconded. Vote.
I'm a yes.
With Mayor Muldoon voting no, the motion carries 6-1.
Okay, on to the next item. Non-exclusive commercial solid waste franchise agreement.
Now we've got to do Mario's.
Oh, you're right.
Commercial waste. I think you guys would really enjoy the next part.
This will be really interesting.
You're right, sir. Excuse me, it's a tree item.
We're still conducting business. If you can please exit quietly, please.
Kevin, you want?
Now we got your attention.
You want to take a 5-minute break?
Council. This item tonight comes before you at the request of Councilmember Brenner, and this has to do with an appeal of a tree removal and reforestation on a project that went to PB&R. Kevin McCard, our superintendent and former arborist, is here to give us a brief staff report, if you like, on this item. Brennan.
Mayor Muldoon, Mayor Pro Tem Bloom, council members, the public, city staff in attendance. I'm Kevin P. Carr. I'm the Parks and Trees Superintendent for the city of Newport Beach. I'll be presenting the denial of the reforestation request, the appeal of the applicant. A little background. On April 1st, the property owner, Mario Murovich, requested the removal of a magnolia grandiflora at 938 Sandcastle Drive. The purpose of the request was due to both public and private property damage. And also he had some future plans to rehabilitate the landscaping at his property. The city arborist and myself went out and did an initial inspection of the property. The tree appeared healthy and vigorous. Work history shows limited public infrastructure work. We conducted a patching in 2015, 2017, and then there was no work history on it, but the site does show some panel replacement near the tree. Currently, there's minor hardscape damage. There's a little bit of grinding on one of the patches, but overall, the sidewalk and the curb and gutter are all in good repair. So staff denied the request to remove the tree based on our G1 policy. We advised the applicant to go to reforestation, and basically reforestation is where an applicant can pay for a removal and a replacement as long as they have their HOA approval. And so Mr. Mirovich got the HOA approval from the Harborview Hills South, and so it was placed on the August 2nd, 2022 commission agenda meeting. And at the meeting, he offered, or as part of his request, he offered to pay for the removal of the tree and the planting of a 36-inch box western redbud tree, and there's a picture of it right there. And so at the meeting on August 2nd, 2022, there was no public comment, and the commission denied the request. Their comments were that the tree was in good condition and that there was minor damage or minor current damage to the hardscape, and that future repairs could be conducted on the tree while preserving the tree, that we wouldn't have to do extensive root pruning. And so following the meeting, the council member Brenner brought this to an appeal to the council, and that's where we are today. And so the options here are either to uphold the PB&R commission decision or to preserve the tree, or to agree with the appellate and to allow the tree to be removed and replaced.
And just to correct clerk, I don't think this is an actual appeal. I think Councilmember Brenner just wanted to bring this up for the council to review.
Thank you, Councilman Avery.
So, Kevin, how old do you think this tree is, this existing tree?
I would say it's about 15 years old.
Uh-huh. And then the replacement tree, how long would it take for it to get back to this size, this kind of canopy?
The type of tree that was selected wouldn't get quite this size. A western redwood would probably, maybe, it would take many years. It's a slow-growing tree.
Right. And how's our urban forest doing? Are we holding steady, or are we adding trees?
Yeah, we're planting more trees than we're losing.
Yeah. So my only concern here, I'm okay with the removal and the replacement, but I'd like to somehow get back to what this tree is doing for the environment, right, in terms of canopy and, just the quality of the air and all the rest of it. So it's almost like you'd have to plant several of these trees to kind of make up for what this tree is doing.
Yeah, I would say that you would either need to get a 60-inch box of that variety, which doesn't exist,
right,
or you would need to plant, maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah. So And so are you just purposely adding trees every year? Or how does that happen?
We have vacancies. That there was a time period where we were not replacing trees as frequently as we are now, and so
Right.
we have vacancies that we're making up for from past years.
Right. Yeah, I know on my street, there's been a trend toward, as new development happens, smaller trees or no trees at all in front yards. You know, people want their lawns clean of leaves and they don't want the mess. And I get that, but it's, trees are absolutely, given what's going on in our climate, are really important. I'm talking, I know you know that.
Well, part of our makeup on our tree urban forest is volunteer events. So we're making up a lot in our parks. We're making up for a lot of planting in our parks as well. So
that's great. That's good to hear, because it's, I mean, unanimous decision by the commission to keep the tree, right? And then it's sort of, is that precedent setting? Is it going to make it easier for other people to come forward? And
they were concerned about a precedent setting situation. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And I know the proponent, you know, obviously re-landscaping and a whole new face in front of the house is beautiful, and I believe this tree doesn't really fit with that in terms of a look. I mean, that's just my opinion, but it may not be the motivation. So, but anyway, regardless, my only real concern here is that we sort of get back to where we are right with this tree, and maybe that's planting another tree. So, thank you.
Yeah, we could probably fit 2 in that parkway if that was a negotiation.
Well, I'm just suggesting, you know, I don't want to push anything, but I think we all want a better environment for our world, and so I think we got to keep up with the trees and, you know, hopefully get some fast growers too that can provide results in a reasonable amount of time. Thank you.
Yeah, real quick. Joy, are you going to be supporting this for the reforestation request? Since you brought it up, I'm just kind of curious on the.
I have some remarks to make about that.
Okay.
I'll just wait a little bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
I'd like to hear Jim's remarks that he wrote us before I make my remarks, though.
Okay. Well, I'll look forward to hearing those then. I was kind of curious about the call-up process. I don't think I've seen a call-up on a tree removal in a while. So, mostly because I think we try to avoid trees at the dais. But I think especially if we approve this, we should probably go back and take a look at G1 on the standard city tree one. It strikes me that when we're talking about this issue, you know, if a person's going through the HOA, there are no neighbor complaints, they're doing a reforestation on the tree, that I can understand why PB&R denied it. It doesn't match our council policy, this one, but that's why we get to waive council policy if we wanted to. But I think if we're going to waive this one, we should probably try to come back on this one, because I get this request all the time up in Spyglass and Newport Coast and whatnot, and I have not seen this situation before where you have someone go through their HOA, get it approved, have no neighbor complaints. That's usually one of the 2 problems that I've seen facing. I also typically see folks asking because a city tree somewhere down in their line of vision is blocking the ocean in some respect, and we don't protect that either. So in this situation, you know, like I said, I want to hear what Joy has to say on this, but I'm inclined to support it, and then we need to update G1 to comply with a situation like this. Thanks.
Thank you. So Mr. O'Neill might have answered some of my questions. Was there no public outreach on contesting the removal of the tree? I'm a little gun shy of removing trees from Balboa Island. It's the scariest place in the world to remove a tree. So, I mean, and then did we hear anything from anybody? I didn't see any documentation or letters in the packet or in the minutes. I was just curious.
Yeah, there is an outreach, and we didn't hear any. There was no public comment at PB&R.
Oh, it's a different place up in your district, huh, Joy? That's interesting. We would have filled the chambers again tonight with one more tree issue. That would have been great. You know, I think, you know, going through that process and not having any of your neighbors complain, one, it's a miracle to happen. And, you know, I think if we're making our neighborhood more beautiful, I certainly don't have an issue with that, especially if all my neighbors are on board.
I agree with the sentiments expressed. Typically, neighbors would complain if it's blocking their view, and we don't rule on that regardless. Or if it's causing safety issues with droppings or something, that doesn't seem to be the case. There was a picture I thought I saw in a staff report that showed the repair that was done, and I thought, not that repair, but I thought there was one patching. I thought I saw a picture of patching, but maybe I looked at it differently. But apparently he did this on his own. So the tree has a root situation that is impacting the sidewalk, and at the owner's personal expense to reforest the tree. Now, I guess this tree cannot be saved. Can we replant it somewhere?
No, that tree. So when you transplant trees, you can, but there's a huge expense with that, and then there's only like a 50% chance that it'll survive, especially a tree that big.
So can this tree be saved? I guess not. So it's not a special historical tree, correct? It's not a special classification,
Correct.
Such as we went through on Balboa Island. Would you mind just flipping to the image of the recommended tree that he's going to replace? So it brings some color. Does he have a particular objection to that fuller canopy, or is it because of the root system and the potential for sidewalk damage or something?
When we met with him, he was saying that, yeah, he's read up on this, and he's correct that this tree isn't as aggressive as magnolias aren't particularly aggressive, but this western redbud tree, because it's a slower grower, it's not as invasive as like a magnolia.
But it looks pretty, I don't want to say immature, but it looks like a not fully developed tree yet. It's not a mature tree. Is this the actual picture or just a sample picture?
That's a sample picture, but that tree isn't very far from what the mature state would be for that tree too. They don't.
Really?
They're not that big of a tree.
But the neighbors had seen this and had no objection to this substitute tree? You didn't hear anything?
I've heard that maybe the applicant's not here, but I heard maybe the neighbor is here tonight.
To speak in favor?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm surprised that PBNR objected. Maybe Mr. O'Neill is right. We need to update our policy on this because they're in conflict, perhaps. What were you going to say? I would support the resident's application for our approval of this. What were you going to say, Mr. Picard?
Well, we get quite a few requests, kind of similar to this, and you usually just deny.
Sounds
them.
like whatever the PBNR was adhering to, it's kind of draconian. I mean, he wants to put a tree in. It's his yard. There's no tree policy type. Are magnolias up and down the street? Is that like a street requirement that they're all magnolias?
It is. A magnolia is the street tree for the neighborhood, but we, for a time, we got away from that because there's a tulip scale infestation throughout the city. It's an insect that's been running rampant, especially in Corona del Mar. I think we're starting to get that under control.
So you wouldn't put a magnolia back in there anyway? That's what you're saying?
Right. That's why we accepted this.
Oh, all right. Well, I support the homeowner. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Avery.
But it's not his yard, right? That's in the public right-of-way.
Correct.
And then a tree's, you said 15 years old?
At least.
And the city's been trimming it for 15 years?
Yes.
Right. It's on the schedule to be trimmed every so often.
Every 2 years.
Yeah, every 2 years. Yeah. So that's the public's tree, the public's space, and he's a private owner that's making this decision. Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's not that big a deal, but I'm concerned if this loosens up and we we've got people coming to the city replacing beautiful, mature trees that are healthy with something that's going to take years to reach, and this, of course, won't reach that canopy. So that's my concern.
We have a lot of requests for hardscape. We go through and we're going to be probably removing 20 trees in the next curb gutter and sidewalk project next year for tree removals in Corona Del Mar because of worse problems than what's happening with this magnolia. I put some backup slides here, but some of the situations are like when they're really raised up quite a bit. Also, all these panels are really raised. So these are situations where we the city remove trees. But this is a reforestation, and the applicant is volunteering to pay for the removal and replacement.
Sure. Well, yeah, and then when people tear down trees in front, as on my street, people moved in, they didn't realize they were city trees, and they brought in a crew and they just ripped them right out. And those people paid for that, right? And your department came back and went, you got to put in box trees, and that's a good thing. So does this, if we do this, does this make an impact on, do you think, the number of folks that are going to come and say, oh, I want to get these trees out of my right of way too? Or is it, PB&R clearly thinks so, right? And Ms. Brenner brought it up here. It's an interesting one. Because we've all walked around town, and there's far worse examples of disruption to the hardscape. But, but also I respect, someone that's redesigning their yard and it's not quite perfect, and maybe the roots are going toward its wall, I don't know. But I'd love to see more justification for something like that. Thank you.
Councilor Brenner.
I'm kind of surprised myself that I'm bringing this to the council.
Yeah.
But
I didn't have to know about this, Joy.
I know, but I have to tell you. Okay, so to relieve your mind, Brad, every time I'm having a campaign event now for the hostess gift, I plant 25 trees for the person that
we can't talk about campaigning.
One tree. It's the organization called OneTreePlanted.org. Anyway, so I agree with you that being concerned about the number of trees on our planet is really important. But in this case, if we still had the majority of our streets all have the same tree, I loved it when it was like that, and that's how it used to be, that we had just one tree on each of our streets, and it made a beautiful street scene. But we've gotten away from that, and I think it was at your recommendation, because if a bug or a parasite comes in, it can wipe out the whole street, and so you liked the idea of having multiple types of trees on one street. So since that's not the issue anymore, and what Jim said in his letter, and he may want to bring this up, but he was talking about the importance of being partners with our citizens, that they have to take care of these trees. They have to water them. If they don't water them, then they're not going to live. And we had one across the street from me where we took out a palm tree, and we put in, I think, 3 or 4 more palm trees, replacing the one that the owner let die every time because they were not watering it. So unless there is a partnership of some sort with the property owner, it's not a very workable situation. And, this isn't Irvine, and we don't have everything that looks the same. Variety is kind of part of our community. And so I think I agree with Will that we need to give the PB&R Commission better direction from us. Whether do we want them to preserve trees at all costs? Do we want them to try to work with homeowners so that homeowners feel like this is my tree and I want to take care of it and I want it to be distinctive and, really make it part of my home. And I think we need to do that to the commission. I don't think it's fair for us to have a policy and then, override it frequently and not tell them why. So that would be part of what I would like to see the outcome. But I do think in this case, the owner has a valid reason and wants to, and it will beautify the neighborhood. And so I would agree with it.
Okay, public comments, please come forward.
Good evening. I just want to thank you guys. This is the first time in 26 years I've been here, and after tonight, wow.
Bad impression. That's not typical. That's the worst I've ever seen it.
I tell you, that was something else. And, and Mario and Ashley, they couldn't be here tonight. And I said, sure, I'll go down there. And he was like, I'm sure it'll be in the first couple things. You'll be out of there by 6:37. I was like, oh, my God. But anyway, you know what? It's great Mario is willing to replace it. I know that there's a number of more dwarf magnolias that are out there, and this is a good-sized magnolia tree, and it does drop it a lot, and it has done damage before. So, you know what? I know that he's, in favor of reforesting. He's not looking at, killing a tree, and he has a beautiful home, and he's a thoughtful neighbor and a really good guy. So, anyway, I just wanted to say that, and you know what? The tree would be great that he's replacing it with. So, just my thoughts.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
Mayor Muldoon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier, and I did submit a written comment, as Councilman Brenner has been alluding to. And I would just emphasize, as Superintendent Picard mentioned, the PB&R for the last couple of years at least has quite frequently been seeing requests like this. And in denying them, which is what they usually do, they feel they are executing the policy that you want them to execute. And they allow the removal only when there is evidence of serious damage caused by the tree. Something like leaf drop is not what they feel your policy is asking them to replace a tree, partly for the reasons that Councilman Avery was pointing out, that we want to keep our urban forest when it's developed, and it takes a long time to replace it. So the main comment that I have not heard mentioned here tonight is the homeowner in this case is a very prominent member of our community, and I don't think that the council wants to create the impression that they're showing favoritism to people just because they are more prominent than the other people who have come before PB&R. So if you were to overturn that decision, as Councilman O'Neill, I think, was pointing out, it seems important to me that you do give direction to PB&R so they know when you want a tree preserved and when you want the tree removed. That they believe your current policy would clearly dictate that this tree should be preserved. And we need to treat everybody in the city the same, so they need to get clear policy direction from you should you overturn the decision which they thought was following your current policy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring it back. Any motions?
So the staff recommendation, by the way, calls for us to bring back a resolution. Do we really need to do that if we wanted to reverse?
No, I think you can just go ahead and move forward with reversing the decision and approving the application without bringing back a resolution.
Okay, and that is going to be the motion, but what's do we need to, because I do want to bring this back and give direction for a G1 review. Do I need to A1 that, or can that be part of the?
That can be part of the motion if you want to add that to it.
Yeah. So so motion without the need to come back, and then also, how would I phrase this? Direct staff to, or direct the PB&R to review the removal and replacement at the owner's expense of standard trees in situations, where there's general neighborhood support. I guess is that about right? Okay.
I can't think of a better way to do it.
That's why we give them direction, and they come, they help us.
I think that maybe something in there about that we want to be promoting partnerships with the residents in maintaining their trees or something, so that the PB&R Commission understands that what we're promoting is more neighborhood buy-in of what happens on their own individual streets.
Yeah, so that's that. Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to get at, but that's about right.
Or if the homeowners association has.
Well, they can deal with that. If you have an HOA, general neighborhood support means HOA, yeah. But as I've been told repeatedly, not everyone lives in one. Okay.
Okay, call the vote.
With Councilmember Avery voting no, the motion carries 6-1.
Okay. Other staff item? Same department?
Yes, Mayor, Councilman. This next item is more routine in nature. This is a request by 3 haulers to have commercial franchises with the city, and it requires a public hearing on that. We do have a detailed staff report, if you like, from Micah Markin, or at your desire.
A shorter one.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council. We have before you tonight 3 haulers who have met the requirements of the application process to become non-exclusive commercial franchise haulers. These haulers would provide a commercial or construction and demolition hauling for multiple projects throughout the city. They have met all the requirements of the agreement, and we've brought them here before you tonight for approval.
Perfect, thank you. Public comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back. Is there a motion? Moved by Councilman Duffield, second. Second by Mayor Pro Tem Blom. Let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for ordinance 2022-21, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach granting non-exclusive franchise agreements for commercial solid waste and divertible materials handling services within the City of Newport Beach. The motion carries unanimously 7-0.
Yeah, Lauren was really excited.
Yes, Ms. Wooding.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Lauren Wooding Whitlinger with the Community Development Department. We have a report in front of you under the Community Development Block Grant Program. HUD requires the city to submit a report at the end of the fiscal year reporting on the funds that were spent and the achievements of the program throughout the year. That report is in front of you. I have a presentation if you'd like to see that as well.
Any requests for presentation? Seeing none, public comments on this item?
Mayor Muldoon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosher. I believe the report this year is a little unusual in it's showing a huge surplus of grant money that we received from the federal government that we did not spend. We were planning to spend, as I'm understanding the table on the second page of the staff report, $1.6 million, and we spent less than 600,000 of that. So we seem to have a surplus of over $1 million unspent money. One thing that is not clear from the staff report is what is the fate of that unspent money. I am hoping that carries forward into the future year, but the staff report did not clearly say that. So it seems an important point. Does that unspent surplus remain with the city, or does it have to be returned to the federal government? Thank you.
Okay, see no other requests to speak. Councilwoman Dixon?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually had that question too. Do we, Simone, we have a surplus?
So I'll have Ms. Whitlinger go ahead and answer that question. That's due to the OCB well.
Thank you, Councilmember Dixon. Yes, the money that was unspent that was allocated towards B-Well and their mobile health crisis van will be carried forward into the current fiscal year and be spent.
Okay, thank you, and that's great. And I just want to say, we've talked about every year we have a report on where we stand on this. So if I understand that, the staff report, we will have satisfied the loan repayment. So that will allow us, in now the year going forward, we have more funds in addition to the surplus funds to really allocate. We've been allocating more to homeless-related, Be Well, and CityNet. Aren't we now really allocating some of these funds as much as we can to our homeless operational costs?
The loan will have been repaid after this current year, and then those monies can be programmed in future years. There's a statutory limit, however, to limit no more than 15% of the grant to be spent on public services. So to the extent that we can spend the money to address homelessness, we'll have to fit it within the parameters of the grant requirements.
Now, will we be applying for another loan? Doesn't this roll? Don't we do this every few years?
We don't have any plans to apply for another loan. We absolutely could if we had a project that required the funding and provided a large enough need and met that need. Well,
and the reason we qualify is largely because of the economic conditions in my district, Balboa Village. Isn't that one of the reasons? It's the community development block grant, and it's really the only part of the city that qualifies. Is that still correct?
I believe that there are other census tracts in the city that do also qualify, but I think a majority of them are in that district.
So going forward, will you be looking at other projects? I mean, we've looked at areas where we can apply this to improve the areas that are in economic need in our community, if there are some?
The funds can definitely be applied towards capital improvement projects. So that's what we always carry those funds over, and we bank the funds until we have a bigger project we could allocate it towards.
So we'll still be doing that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion? Moved by Councilman Avery. Second? Seconded by Councilwoman Dixon. Let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Madam Clerk.
Motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council at either this meeting or the previous meeting may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Thank you. Are there any motions for reconsideration? Okay, we are adjourned.